Good morning, Chair. This is Shami. I'm on the line, as well as Teresa on the line. She's back in the office today. She's on the line with us.
Okay, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Nez. Mike Holona's on the line this morning.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Halona.
Good morning, Chair. This is Teresa. I'm here today.
Okay, yeah, Miss Woody. Thank you.
Oh,
Mr. Chair, this is Delegate Herman Daniels. I'm on the line. Morning.
Oh, yeah, Thank you, Honorable Daniels, for being on the call.
Good morning, Chairman. Callan's here.
Good morning, Honorable Begay. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, good morning.
Ms. Begay, we have 3 members on the call. The leadership meeting, I understand, doesn't require a quorum, so we'll go ahead and get started. And we'll go ahead and call this leadership meeting to order. It is 9:06 a.m. My name is Rick Nez, Chair of RDC. And welcome everybody. Ms. Begay, could you just do the roll call for the record, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the RDC, and also the audience that are listening in to the call. This is RDC's leadership meeting for Monday, June 21st, 2021 at 9 a.m. Roll call, Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez is on the line.
Wilson Stewart Jr. Wilson Stewart Jr. Thomas Walker Jr. Thomas Walker Jr. Herman M. Daniels. Herman M. Daniels.
Good morning, here.
Good morning, Mark Freeland. Mark Freeland. Key Allen Begay.
Delegate Callan, present. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. You have 3 members present, and the leadership meeting does not require a quorum, and so you can proceed with your meeting. I'm certain that Delegate Stewart and Delegate Walker and Freeland will be getting on the call this morning. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, back to you.
Good morning, Freeland's on.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland.
Good morning.
We're on the invocation on our agenda. Let me ask Honorable Daniels if you would offer the invocation.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Resources and Development Committee, Adonana, which is staff, Legislative Council, Ado Interquado, Dice, Agisho, Adawis Aden Quado, Beshbehne, the horse Nagi, Dice, Agiquado, Shaquado, Adonana Quado, Shinto, Yadi, Nisquado, Sanat, Anosengi, I think is a what it is, the Toquado, a Didi, Cashquado. Here, Horseman has done Horner. Here, Jonah is a trap. Adonana, should again the Sani Horner. Quado Miche Nadi, Naquado Miche Yaza Miche Sui, Sui, Miche Nadi, Naquado Adonana Quado, the Benibi Nana Quado, Unzatana or Ashkat. Unzat that Shantin Quado Ebe, Ben he cannot and slant a pendal as he can. Adosman Hassan, who are waiting incarnate. Which put on cotton on the shield, and nail get the hona. AIC here, Adonana but Jada Hodo, but oh, had a hotelian the hona. AIC here, I see other bear no shun the hona. Set, Sayada, Adonana Senas, Ado Sede Chi, Adonana Chill, Alcahat, a hona, Beha, da Dosa, Honsian, Chilean, and a Sani hona. Ado Toda Lahona. It's Eastern as it's East on it's East of Fossi. So it is three the Yojahona. Adonana Toda Henny. Adonana Dawis Ahona. Toda Halahona, the Shkau da Hona. For AIC here Hona. Adonana Hona. no ho ka den any kliniki hona so nan hit el yabatrina edo hia hona distinta hon yesta wel jis on vago e hon yesta wel jis as on the net hona ado hona yabi yet holonigi ta hona arsenal de ki hona on at sa dat kene de kusis an art e ta hona ado gagi het is gisteren naar bij ons. Dat is zo het is twee dat je zo zodat het gewoon de gewoon zit ik spaar dat gewoon zit ik zo dat gewoon de hallo arsenal tegen de gewoon op aan het kistelen dat dus dat heet wat hij test ja je het had er Sun so dat nas ile city date ko isin ajo hasit anal tegi hon et jo dassa aro thayet na hotloni ta hon edo hote asita I hon aro na hitet zi traslate sauda dat chasla dat arsenal te ta hon ban se the cases nas o sauda thaye on na ashkon asita na hitet zi zun ze hon ko ajo hon Asita but what a hon the trade hon ko what hon jono hon that gets other led hits what a sa 80 the hon bet I need na hon say that Mr. Dini Twodini hon behini na other quota hon either behini now the hon has in so it's other say yard bet as hon as tweed of funny in leden we os cast what is hon say yada ile the cloth my son another sada cloth out chona hono chende but to say the try that hon I don't let that that's a further now no is a charge say yada ile ko ye able to other hon as in so on that in get I yes ka what other ne hon T card hon the T card hon aro let that eso on masita that eso that getting card aro hon koda ne see that native zit hon sani total zona ytrayada hot eto le hon khata hoshiano da total zona hon for this see the hon later to the hotel zide hon and him sani kizen hinal sani get shade hinal is that total so the hotel zide this see the hon benit and la hon should again on the scene hon I see here hon other hon at nana this hon nana na need me hon this hon I think so I don't let me kiss na han and la hon you know kissing the hotel na hon because the hon so do le hon should again on the scene hon I use kids the hon about $100 as how $100 hon as how $100 each hon which hon on the respect of the hon baby hit the hon baby benny mistoles I do not hon yeah I gave kids the hon on thick kids yeah they are thick kids on it and he not sensitive in the machine hon hata hot hon it's on that it's on that it's a hard the hon should the on the machine hon I don't know hon I think for a peso hon we get only 1.8 billion I see it also hot ego peso the other Jordan it's only Washington it's only that don't want to need now we get out deal me hon so this street hon the out that hon did actually they deal is did I hon by hope cut this was the peso and they get more than it done that is the hon I got the you know hon the get out deal me so now the down the what got that the rate home site leases that shut out the know that so it is big isn't that deal me hon you know it's that deal me don't you know hon it gets to that deal so now let's get it he so hon there's a hon the never anani $8 the never I don't never get out deal me hon job see things and what that is hon on site leases the whole logo hon or to $8 over site list net that tornado lasgi to bonet zada nisha ara best sheet hona at the hoist of hona at the deal nish hona a sheet I hon the joshi bed has on it has not the neha job by in the niki bed be hona and juno hon aro lebe ki heta hodil ne so be kisen da hodil ne hodis hona und ado let hona that I get the hona that Aronan hon pia eda sting hon da is fast hona Aronan Navajo Land Department the hona shna aja bata in nation the hona shna ash is the hon division director in la hona eda junobe ikisen da hodil ne tisha aro hona as for hon hona be benashni dolet hon di benat be beni hon so the be yes tigi hona at the house agon hik ede ka ko hon at the house agon hik ede azel in the house khani da hon al for benashni dolet hona al for hona den khan na da hito khato hon be ne je beslan fa de ni ka dolet hon arona na sa anta iste hona mi hit ne hona sa anta has kai hona as twin de ni le hona so da hot a de chong idoles ede mi hit ne olgi hege in the house kai olgi isha What I start is so that I home baby doesn't the heads like on hit the net no in the house kai all get so what I on doesn't what the heads is called so if we hit the net in the house kai on I don't know quite heat the on we get on that is stay on had I need all this on net nana dollars on net nani $8 on Arabe on net and what the whole nation on is twin the on Ben doesn't the wedge is funny than there Ben doesn't the wedge is out of better honest than the haunt on it not a stage or what a hona or what $8 one kiss the honor so dollars I need $8 one for the hona out of haunt that is do so hona at don lenigi hona at the house alcohol as tweet of funny the house tanigi had deutsches aus $8 hona Aronana hon a bar I just all need of the chin I just all known how they not some hona you know in here that shin so hona okay you don't make it sound out the $3 what they know hona aro ton lenny the hona then he goes what that she wants to get them machine hona I see hon yeah go hon get some of the nest the hona na son lenny hona has I see kitchen the whole say hona on besha pase that hona Pogi ya that night as Aronan hon took it has chain the hon so in the whole say go had that for the hon for a better house to on city and saying on the son Lenny's and he what that stage hon a had a deal get a hon a hon and a son then get the man has son ye had all get a hon and close that hon yeah had a all get a hon then get hon so hon yeah not that $8 hon what also the $10 one is the last for that and his a loud hon also benashni $8 hon to shak out da go hon also he came then get saga hon son that in this Aronana chapters magade is not no an is not based not listen that are not honest china the hot hon chapter officials Aronana grazing officials the land boards that Aronana trustee members that planning and zoning committee that how long has at the local level so on خبرت عن $100 أرونا لهم سقطون ويجونا chapter managers chapter CSCs and Lenny دهون خبرت عن $100 أشوف هون بناشني دولة هون أرو أشوف ده هون هيك $100 تيجي هون أشوف ده هيك $100 هون خات هذا شندت هذا نات هذا نهو كونستنت نشني أشنيده أشوف هيك $100 هون أشوف ده يزن كده $2 أشوف ده هون تسوين كده $2 هون وجونا هسلي $2 وجونا هسلي thank you chair
I see Honorable Daniel Hutchins and again Roshin Nasnan and recognizing guests and visiting officials. We'll have introductions for everybody, starting with honorable members of our Vice Chair Walker requested to be excused this morning. Will join us shortly. So, Honorable Stewart.
Yes, good morning, Shania. Though Shania Gosh, magic. Monday morning, calling from Fort Defiance. Although yeah, Asian students and in Lagi to start off our week in our meeting. Although could on he not the his will that DJ Wilson sister junior age yet or tell that Nasha. Although Aqua down he just this morning. Although twits on the ancient, don't manage as a Hachini, but she's chin, Hachin, that's a trade, don't be between the Chanella. Arkansas, Shanai.
Honorable Stewart, Honorable Daniels.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for those. Yeah. I don't know for should add for the Herman Daniels Jr. I don't know get a bit any. I don't kill it seen it as there. Has got it as another. I don't the talk here Lenny. The was not kite and it as a check. I don't know all jet to shot to don't know that we can I don't not to any panache. What I can mention for the thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, good morning. Good morning. For that prayer. The RDC members on Thanigi, good morning. Delegate Freeland and Shada, the Thanigi Tutsoni, Stop Kia Ani, Asia Sanjakina Shiche, I represent 8 chapters out of Eastern Navajo Agency of Crown Point, Nadish Te Vicente, White Rock, Lake Valley, Herfano, and Nyaza. Look forward to this discussion. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Honorable Begay.
Good morning, Chairman. RDC member. Kudos Stage, Hanan hit National Key only that's there. And that's a chi ado this chini national taking care of 5 chapters, Low Mountain, Kachipu Gap, Talani Conwood, Northvini, and Mint Farms. So here had all appreciate the prayer, Chair. Good morning, Chair.
Chair recognizing Chia and that was it. Chance not being so can't on it national and then Slam chapters Shige Hog Fruitland Burnham. Welcome everybody. We'll go to staff right now. Ms. Begay.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair and members of the Resource Development Committee, and also the audience that are participating in this leadership meeting today. I see that we have about 38 people on the line with us. Thank you. Also, thank you, Shiaj Herman Daniels, for the beautiful prayer. Every day we need a prayer to move forward in our work and the things that we do. So by cadence and audition, Ado Adana She Father's Day, Junagodasoki, Ado Tae Nija, needs on the Heskandeja, ended Bede Nito, but by Keta needs no, but so that they case a koi, a kaha. I call Shea Shami Begayan Shia. Now, Kaden Angelo the Bettision, but she took my head a dash Kachini, a dational, but other is son and shin. Office that need Ashna. Mr. Chair, back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Begay. Ms. Woody.
Good morning, Chair, RDC members, Nihiro Anatop, Yat Ebene, and all those that are listening. Yat and hit the Schnee She Yat Teresa Woody Edashton Steamboat Nasha. I'm in the office today. Ado Kapahan show the passage in the Pashin Kian Edashichedo, Tina Jene Dashanale. What on each that has seen Dole Yat A Anato. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Woody. Ms. Brown?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Yat A. Danasa. She A. Mariana Conda, she dine. Two yet leaning nisle, but Ahni Bashes chain. Last cheer dasha che. Senja kinna dasha nella. What this audience, Nasha. This morning I am working from Quinderock in my office and looking forward to this discussion. Ado that was a most beautiful prayer. It starts us off on the right path. Thank you very much. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Do we have any of our colleagues on the line with us this morning?
Good morning, Shananta. Chairman Rick Ney. Che. Ashwadita.
Oh, Huditza, go ahead.
Good morning. I almost said Dr. Rick Ney, the son, didn't he? Che. See. Is it the British net Niger? So, also done. Thinking that in Lego, that was Argo. Yeah. Yeah, definition and though these not get members of the Resources and Development Committee members, chairman, vice chairman, and staff. Yeah, been first of all, just wanted to say, yesterday's Father's Day was a day that I believe that all fathers had a time to resemble and children. With that. I hope you guys had a good day. Donna had a good meal and had quality time, much needed quality time with your family. And I had spent some time with my two sons, Donna. So I had a wonderful Father's Day yesterday. So I can deal with that. I know staff members of the Navajo Nation, members of the resource DNR staff, Homestead Lease Office, Mr. Halona, Shananta, I don't Miss Yazi, I don't know all the individuals who are on the line here. She auto sold me though. Na connect to get leaning slido. I just got behind she I eventually though understood the day but have a visual has unsnooker. Na che whole jish. Shot that need it not kid. It did with that. I couldn't back in so the shit here or is not or not or job and understood though. It did with that. Yeah, thank you.
I'm so welcome. Not much, that's only a spy. So, thank you. Any other? Let me go back to Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Welcome.
Yes, Chairman Nez, thank you. Although committee members and our staff, although legislative offices and then executive offices, the programs and departments, so the colleagues of the 24th Abolition Council, the listening audience also. J. Thomas Walker, although I represent Loop, Tulani Lake, and City Cameron, Coal Mine Canyon chapters out in Western Navajo Agency. Although I don't mention the Asian being patrolling, but she's chained what's on this shade at the speed national. But although I am the vice chairman of the Resource and Development Committee, good morning to each and every one of you. And so looking forward to today and then this week again. She
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. We do also have Honorable Amber Kennisbach Crotty with us. Yate Benishmayaja.
Thank you for the invitation and Resource and Development Committee for tackling this critical issue. So Shay Kia Ani Nashledo, the Lagana Bashis Chin, that's Chini Deshachedo, the Lagana Deshanala Toha Soy, the Nutsha, Shay Amber Cadence Bakrati. I represent Sheep Springs, Two Gray Hills, Tuolina, Sanasi, Red Valley, Cove, Gadiai, Bicolabato. And I appreciate everyone on the call and how we can work together to assist our people. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Shumayaja. From Speakers Off, we have Ms. Yako.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the Resources and Development Committee. Melinda Arviso Siako Yanchiedo, Legislative Staff Assistant here for Speaker Damon in Window Rock, Arizona. And thank you for having us on the call today.
Thank you. From BIA, Mr. Sosi.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir. Certainly appreciate the invitation to participate in the work session. I also have Michelle Curley on the line. And basically, we're here to help where we can. I know that we have, I think, a presentation to make. Actually, there's a topic that we will be speaking to soon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm Lester Sosi, the Acting Regional Director for Navajo Region.
Thank you, Mr. Sosi. Ms. Curley from BIA.
Good morning, RDC Chair Nez, RDC members, Ms. Begay, everyone on the call, Delegate Crotty, Delegate Oruso, and Shay Cheryl Curley and Shado, BIA, Navajo Region Tribal Operations Specialist, Ms.
Curley, Ms. Lana, Department. Mr. Halona. Ms. Yazi.
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yate. Thank you, Chairman Yate. To Shinado Silido Shea. Honorable delegates of the Resource Development Committee, Yate Bendo, Shinan Hatzatolzen, Bahetanits and Doibani Nature, Hanilne, all the other delegates, Dale and Daslai, Delegate So, Delegate Crotty, Yate Ben, and all the colleagues, BIA staff, and those that are listening on the line. Yate Ben Shay, Mike Halona, this is but an installation was a chain call and the Shinaliki on the chair. That meant slang or didn't never care. But how you do we get that station on it's not there. So, morning.
Thank you, Mr. Ms. Yazi from GLAD. Okay, from Minerals Department, Ms. Chermaya.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, RDC members. Good morning, everybody on the call. This is Rowena Chermaya, the Delegated Director for Minerals Department. I'm happy to be on the call today.
Thank you. Mr. Richard Begay from Historic Preservation.
Good morning. This is Richard with Historic Preservation. Thank you.
Thank you. From NTOA, Mr. Rex Kuntz.
Good morning, everyone. This is Rex Kuntz, Deputy GM with NTOA. Glad to be on the call. Thank you.
Arash.
Good morning, Honorable Chair Nez and members of the RDC and other attendees. This is Arash Mualimi, General Counsel for NTUA. Thank you.
Thank you. From DCD, Dr. Yeoman. Ms. Jim Martin? None? Okay. Anybody else on the call wish to introduce themselves? Justice, are you on the call? None?
Elamina Yazi from Glad.
Okay. Good morning, Ms. Yazi. Welcome.
Good morning.
Appreciate your presence on the call. Anybody else?
Hi, good morning. This is Rachel Brown with IHS. I'm the director for the Sanitation Facilities Construction Program. I saw that we're listed on the agenda, and I believe we'll have David McDonald also on the call. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Ms. Brown. Anybody else?
Rose Gray, Lands Program.
Could you restate that, please?
Arnie, this is Rose Gray from Program AML.
Good morning, Ms. Gray. From IHS, did you say your name was Rachel Brown?
Yes, Rachel Brown.
Okay. And Mr. David McDonald will join us, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anybody else on the call? None? The purpose of this leadership meeting at RDC as called and scheduled this morning is to hear from everybody and make preparations for the Navajo Nation's ARPA funding allocations for water line and power line extensions. And RDC would like to have some discussion on how the Navajo Nation can assist with getting as many Navajo families processed to get water, wastewater, and power line services to their homes. This discussion may require a few meetings, perhaps not just today. It'll be to streamline the process and seek recommendations from all of you and guidance on how we could achieve this in getting these basic services to our Navajo people. Our Navajo people are in dire need of water and electricity, as well as broadband. Priority between Ninigishin, Yego Bashed Adi Nitho Banchi Kesto Leto Hit Oe Behas Ani. How can we amend laws or change laws to streamline this process? At Skinta to which I put out over Neto, it's in Kishiab Sahojon or let. It's probably a long time for people, especially in these remote areas, that people have been without water all these years and hauling water. I'm sure they have spent a lot of money on gasoline just hauling water almost every other day. Some of us, we just walk into our bathroom, to our kitchen sinks and turn on the water. We go outside, turn on the water our plants. We don't really fully see how the rest of our Navajo people are in dire need of water. You sit the net then and using these ARPA funds, Washington, that based on Hajobat ilnis aquagation kodo hajona bikiel kitoles. Sagoshin daidil kitoles. How can we do this? Wait, what are the legislative barriers, if any? Dibe has ani. Sashinda hadnodo wait out at Sado Nilikishin. Wait all a bahun ado. Be hajodo les the nethobe the hado les when yegoshin daidil kidoles. Be has ani gishi. Do we need to waive policies by legislative action? I thought is on it. How long is the horse and that old sausage? Late out old niece. I don't that. Do we need the one-stop shop? Definitely. You say what a nabiki tiko nishe hodina. Adol niece no. Adol the office of the president. I don't either support is. Do we need to amend the policies to waive grazing permittee consent requirements for public utilities and so forth? The Bebanal source now, Loshbanal source and the Jahaki, Sato Tada Niniki, Eshkate Ada Ador, Nix, a Koi, Yahat, the Netobasa had Hadot, Setot, and Kispada had all Lons, Hot Egoshin, the ideal kidole. So this will be our purpose of today's meeting, and I know everybody that will be presenting. I hope that you have sent your presentations to Ms. Begay. So the first on the list for 15-minute time limit, we have quite a few people on the list here. So we're probably on this call most of the day. So the first on the list, home site leases, application, and water utility services requirements. Before I go to Mr. Halona, honorable members of RDC, do you have any comments or question before we begin?
Chairman.
Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, I don't have any questions or any, just a comment. I wanted to inform or make an announcement, if I may, Chairman.
Go ahead, proceed.
Chairman, just for the committee's record and for the committee's knowledge, we had 6 of our chapters receive TIF awards and on Friday. And the 6 chapters are Standing Rock, Newcomb, Sheep Springs, Tuajale, Rock Springs, and Crown Point. They all received a combined amount of $7,616,034 total. And these are all for water projects, San Juan Lateral, the BBN9. So I really want to thank our chapters, our chapter administration, our officials for the presentations that were made. They all did a great job, and we thank them for their work. Thank you, Chairman.
Excellent announcement. Six chapters between Jiki. So I think they're probably really advocated on behalf of their chapters. So that's good to hear. Thank you. Any other comments before we proceed?
Mr. Chair, this is Delegate Daniels.
Honorable Daniels, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate this leadership meeting. NTUA, BIA, and other departments, Navajo Nation, are on the line. When I speak with the purpose of this leadership meeting, Chairman Nance, I agree with what Chairman Nez said. Throughout the Navajo Nation, we have families that are really in dire need of water, really in dire need of electricity. I see in Western Agency, I see Ben Howard the Yego, because there's two representation on RDC away from Western Agency. Ko I ko iba pasi ko do but they to under as a council delegate being on the 24th council ko we represent the whole Navajo Nation ko do ko that was all go throughout the Navajo Nation what I say to the kahajo ba the next double zan and a lot of these homes they don't have home site leases. So in order to get water, in order to get electricity, you gotta have home site lease. So that nakodo ila khita ati nesta edonan ila khita be pato nesta so ihota ikodo isi papa yel tito le teaching kodo to help our Navajo people kodo na data at the ago ani hota because right now as we're talking kodo na data I think that they do kodo at the ago on such cases that the kodo na data I'm really thinking about our elders that don't have electricity. I see that they still go. I see papa. I see papa on such case kodo. I see kodo the kite or what the kite beach. I know we got this $1.8 billion. Asian shadow had a papa keheta hobbies niche. I don't kodo. Working together with BIA, Natural Resources, Navajo Nation Division of Natural Resources, I see it so to help our Navajo people. So I see Papa Yeti today. But nevertheless, I really appreciate this meeting. Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. We also have on the line with us Edmund Yossi. Could you introduce your Edmund? Star
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Good morning, RDC members, everyone that's online. This is Edmund Yavi, listening on this important matter that you all are going to be talking about. And so I'll be online. Appreciate RDC looking into the right-of-way issues. I know it's been a problem for many years, and so hopefully we can work as a team to get something done. Thank you, Chair, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Yossi. Let me go to Honorable Chairman Oroso.
Good morning, Chairman. Hello, again, the Resources Development Committee. Hello, the presenters. With what the discussion is going to be relating to the home site lease issues and the one-stop shop. The one-stop shop is something that we really need to tackle and approve as soon as possible. All over the nation, whether it's in Eastern Navajo, Northern, Fort Defiance, and Western and Chinle, every corner of the Navajo Nation, even our satellite tribes, and these policies pertaining to the home site, Washington, CFR, home sites, and as we move forth, we really need to start we need to learn get the process, because I believe the waiver issue is something that we're going to have to get a congressional waiver or a congressional change and it's going to have to be approved by Congress and Senate. Alcohol, I see AD if the honorable Che, Mr. Michaelona, if he could sort of with his team to find that path so that that side of the congressional aspect to change the CFRs is something that we need to start getting informations together so that we could do that. Alcohol, I believe it's a CFR that has to be changed. So AD thought maybe if we could put that on the table so that the council and RDC could start lobbying the congressional leadership. And I really think that with this Congress, we have a chance to change that before the midterms, because we really don't know what's going to happen in a year and a half in the midterm election. It's not that the flip next, and if it's flipped, it's another waiting game, and most likely Congress may not change those policies for us. So,
Thank you. And honorable members of RDC, any other comments? Chairman, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chairman and committee members, colleagues, although our staff, the presenters for today. Other issues other than the bureaucracy or the bureaucratic red tape that's in place and that tends to be obstacles or barriers in the power line, water line, roads, infrastructure development, other than the rules, regulations, the laws that are in place that are barriers or hindrance, that cause hindrance. Other than that, so let's also be mindful at some point that the nation or the federal agencies, nation meaning our own entities, enterprises, although the federal agencies, BIA, IHS, the equipment, the tools that are needed to construct in some of the most hard to reach places, locations on the Navajo Nation, that has to be also mentioned. Areas that I represent, Loop, Cameron, as we all know, those are rocky areas. There's lava bed, there's rock bed, and canyons and rivers. Though there's mountainous areas, and those are long-standing barriers to infrastructure development. Things that require earth excavation. We're always told that the areas are too rocky, therefore, we're not going to get water lines or even power lines. While we have ARPA money, there could be, I'm encouraged that we have resources to even invest or start stockpiling equipment that can help get into those hard to reach locations where our people live. This is sort of like an open-ended comment. It applies to the mainly the entities that are charged with construction. Thank you, Chairman.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker for that. Any other comments, Shananta? If not, we'll go to Mr. Halona. You're first on the list for the presentations on home site lease applications and water utility service requirements. Mr. Halona? You have 15 minutes, sir. Press *6.
Okay. Karan dita. Ya nanat pen ado pes bahasa anda no sini hadai so zigi do hadai no sini het ado nisto het aben datilnis. Juti pes ono tahagi zeda do na do nista. Ebeni nacha highlight datil nista chudati no iban sete kesto ni ke koto. Ahotan da huit asto. Akoto to behtest aneta based on that so budget hata to sein ke to nido hata tilia na lani ki jo benin na chinge ni based on that ana ben da shel na shan benin na chan spa hosen in le agency gon han da ne sigi ba o chon he ke na stay as a yolia da yokedo. So the challenge was putting the budget together for ARPA. And we just focused on manpower due to what we learned during the CARES Act requests. CARES Act based such that when those were appropriated, and we said, how do we handle some of these projects? And of course, home site lease, Aja doyo aslahas hodina. So we start looking at how do we address that, because a lot of these homes that have not received services up to date, utilities, water, could not afford to pay for those services to be brought to them. And so the home site issue was really never a concern for them, because they knew they didn't. Home site was required to enter into a service line agreement with a utility company. So since they weren't going to get any services, they didn't continue to look at getting a lease. It all what anledningen naked hat om tråd den då lecture that den agit och det kladan ni hitan ja att den då tronda hike och då kersin då common landers ja but that way and that was the way it was, and we never really thought about something until technology started happening. TV, TV, then it kind of started the process of wanting to have utilities for a quality of life. So when we took a look at CARES Act money, so those families that are in those situations now are getting a home site lease. With NTUA, under CARES Act and their Light Up Navajo 2, we thought, how could we speed up the process? And again, this is for existing residents. Existing residents and dwellings. Back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, they built their homes off the grid, knowing they weren't going to get utilities. So we're not going to discuss the new ones going forward, because they're not going to be able to get utilities and everything, because they're not going to have their homes here within the year. So we said, let's focus on those that are residing. How do we get them utilities? So one was one of the requirements, of course, is the application. They had to get the application. So we just made a decision that to help these families and to move the projects already done. We're not talking about any other disturbance that has already happened. And a lot of these homes were also close to the grid. They just needed a drop line, but they couldn't afford it, so they never had utilities. Alone, Benina. And so for those homes, we said, let's have them fill out an application, pay their application fee of $30 that shows they started the process with the agreement that they would continue on to get the legal survey done and get their home site lease taken care of. And so we started doing that so they could get services. Application come in, you get a receipt, they pay their application, they're starting the process, hoping that they would finish it. At least that they no. Yeah, they just paid the $30 and they took to get the application. We haven't had one come back and say, shut the horse, anywhere from $300 to $600. Art clearance, in 1970, the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the Navajo Nation, when art clearance became a requirement after the Antiquities Act was passed, art clearance, has on the area Washington Dam. Washington Dam has on the cultural and traditional Antiquities Act. And so what BIA and the Navajo Nation did at that time, they said any existing residents, any who wanted to letter Navajo Nation BIA Mr. Tipaconic so they agreed that existing residents don't need to get an art clearance done. And they gave them a letter based upon the improvements that have already been there, already been existing, that all of the impacts have already happened, so they won't need to get an art clearance. No, moving forward to 2014. In 2014, there was a discussion again, like we're having right now. So they revised the 1970 letter. In 2014, BIA archaeologists and the Navajo Nation Historic Preservation Officer asserted their authority at the time and said, letter not ordinance, all of existing residents and those in the past won't need an art clearance. They just have to prove, their burden of proof is on them that they have been living there and they've been existing and they've had those dwellings at that location. We have that letter 2014. Each that in that dot leader John hit dot need. Bini nanigi edi asa ekukato quite not nishan hit dot need. Akunde ita Sharon Pinto on the regional director no. On the illa BIA and Hikoto, we haven't rescinded yet. There's nothing that the Bureau of Indian Affairs Regional Office has not rescinded it. That is still valid. Then we don't need to require the before the Antiquities Act, before 1970, yeah, on here regulated in there, yeah. No, we avoided those areas. On here, yeah, Naladon get shade down long, but Bahazan open in Nacha. Quite a dot, Quajo, one dot, Quajo yard, then hit that note. So we had our own regulating at that time to avoid cultural sites and the antiquities area. Sure, what that? Ado 2013, though, what stand in the biological resource compliance form. Migi, up in on a strong not or least what thought need a cut or less. Yeah, what are the lab gas lot or less. Deed educator. If you want a biological resource compliance form, you have to pay $20 to process that paperwork. Based on the location, they look at their data, their map, some will say no, you have to move it. Get threatened endangered species from the Navajo Nation listing or the federal listing or plants. So those are the requirements that we need to look at. From the Navajo Land Department for existing residents for ARPA, we're willing to do GPS points as the survey of a definite location. We can see the structures. We can give them from that acre, from this point to this point to this point to this point, an acre. We can do that electronically for them. That would save them money for ARPA. Moving forward, the Shnigi is caught on the Wachinigi. Now they'd have to get the survey done. Draw what that. Auto up to Nino what that start. The Navajo Nation government used to budget for surveyors to be giving survey services. They used to have budget to pay for archaeology department to do archaeological surveys to get the correct reports in. Those services were provided by the government, but with budget cuts up to now, we don't have any surveyors within our department any longer. Archaeology department has since been dissolved. So we've been looking at private surveyors, private archaeologists, but they're all Navajo. They're all running small businesses providing those services. So that's good. We got small business going, but it comes back down to these families that need that home site lease to get the water to get enter into a service line agreement with a utility company to get water, sewer, electric, fiber. So that home site lease is needed to get that service line agreement done according to CFR 169 in service lines that talk about, to a customer, to an authorized occupant. Asian been in 1953, the stamp home site lease. I'd say that permit that auto leases. Because permits they couldn't mortgage, leases they could. auto leases that stand from 1953 to now. So, that's, I'm not sure how many minutes I've got left. My timer's didn't come on. So, we're looking at how do we engage the home site lease that's going to be required. One is we need to double staff at the agency levels to handle the influx of documents coming in to be processed. And then how do we handle those that cannot pay for their art clearance or their biological or legal survey? We can change some requirements, okay? So that is possible for existing residents. Case under ARPA right now. People can move into areas that have all the infrastructure built out closer to it instead of away from it. That might be something might also consider, is that moving forward, you have to be within a certain distance of existing infrastructure. Inside the now, based on what not what's in the future. Case the home site lease the utilities Washington has on in right of way. Until up a lance neon okay auto but until a head of whole one but a quaggy but has on it a service line agreement. Auto is home site lease that's what authorized a person to enter into a service line agreement with a utility company. Has on it Navajo Nation service line agreement. So what that? Thank you.
Ona Kro and Hassan Lato what the Nova Hensi Lana Edley. So members of RDC, do you have any questions for Mr. Lone? Text.
Go ahead.
Kevin S. Honorable Begay, go ahead. Honorable Yazi, you'll be afterwards.
That is not on the Chairman. Probably some of the question would be answered at letter B, the next presentation again. Di kudo basic not a huilna. I guess the question is, how is this information being disseminated down to the local chapter? I guess that's the key question, the overall information that we're going to be getting today, because it's good to know how these are going to be done. As far as if there needs to be a policy change, yes, we need to know, and then we say, okay, by the end of the day, okay, legislation requested that either at the committee level or NABI, if not to the full council, without change it to benefit our Navajo people. I don't know if that's the other thing. I sent some email to the departments. A few of them came back with an auto response saying that they're out of the office today. That tells me that I'm sure there's a good reason that they're not in the office today, unless some of our Navajo administrations is now observing the Friday's holiday. But Khalit al Lati Ndate chapter has ante has our officials, our chapter coordinators, our chapter manager, and whoever will be dealing directly with the Navajo people that are in need of these services will disseminate the information to them, and maybe a simple procedure guideline that's outlined on a one pager. This is the first step you need to do. This is the second step you need to do, and not let us not list 10 steps, but less than 5 or something. On the radio, disseminating this information to our Navajo people. The deed service that no seniki deed hada to set to deed at that set the between dash let's into a OEH between dash deed you had niniki hollow that deed that's it but I would ain't not ni in that. Especially, like, for example, there's one project in my chapter, we're going on almost 2 years now, just to get the electricity going. I call all agreement at the agenda. I'm sure we're going to cover that one later. That federal funding is the base on that Kodo Council, the base so you can it takes times, it takes months, it even years. I think 2 years. CDBG funding stuff approve it. Ego could Hunza the whole just it net it has oh toy has a coco elahit. Oh, maybe that's another what are each of the programs are doing to educate and disseminate this simple clear information to our Navajo people. And I'm not sure if who will be responsible. See, that's the key thing. You see, we would pinpoint back to Division of Community Development, even at the ASC office, and even our chapter officials or chapter coordinators. How late do we invite them? I mean, that's the other thing. We should invite them. Specifically, that it does in Satodi the chaplain has on the deep and date Nishiki could buy Yale Piggy that I seen hit that it no go. So what are big that's our division director that's it rather than the council listening, could the chapter coordinators and the chapter official listen as well? Because we can say this, but once they get down to the agency level, I was told to just submit an application, or I was told to do this, and I was told to get a CIB and so on. No, the next non-day Kakugo, I guess a lot of them, I don't know, they probably just give up and say that, I mean, is it really worth going around and get the runaround and not get things done? Like I said, that's a cover those link be launched by yesterday. I guess that's where the one-stop shop comes into play. And I did ask earlier, this, Mr. Helena, some of these federal policy change. I sent an email about a month ago that's right after you respond back to me. John Hitlato that on the federal level. You then need to email na isla. Ha, Behas on in Liniki, Quagin dog, Asiki, can you identify because we can turn around and start working with our federal officials. They need attend this scene to identity nahan that store. A call with that age at all eats it all yet they hit could the scene that's it all not ni. That's all it's whole hang up another yard with that open not on the shadow that's by Yana need kit on list the mona straight on not there so that's it all it up Yana need kit on list. A call dick at Shahanin latte the cares pandemic baby that dick at baby batch out the tail and a date I Ilian latte cares pandemic are based on an day baby nashiko did all unit nine indicate other. They didn't really benefit from a lot of these projects. There's not just only the home site lease application, but the requirement, water line. People have to submit application to NTUA. People have to submit to the chapter house. People have to submit application to OEH and so on. Oh, you just keep on so that's a paper that the cut that's unseen the office there. Well, the Haji Gishi, that's a article based on not so need the it hashan net data or not the not that so indicate or not nanta net de a call a dick at we're in the technology age I mean, there's a simple step that a lot of our state programs are utilizing. Could things be reviewed all at once online? I should see now so contact so stop Hong Kong a digi ghost a could the protocol some type of a format on the computer that could really have an official clearance be developed, so that way the official document is sitting at one office, but the reviews and the actual document is pops up on the screen, and then DOJ or whoever is needed on that 164 process that they can actually view these documents online and submit their statement to be included. A call stop big a call dick at I signal toss oh hayut oh the Christian that's a connect down let's it out there can't need others a connect down on signal toss that they can't attach to a call what ego could those at the open to the case how much more paperwork do we need to use in order just to get a simple response to our Navajo people. So a quacky this at the chairman a couple dick at the hin hit and the other do I have how long that stop baby then sananas kiss to the joba question gunda the chapter that did our response on his hold now that's what we're following, but you're telling me differently again. Not that but nishin to this I thought the not done his he how it died chapter coordinator done his had now. He based on that did on his holds and ego to Joya holds net the la eben Nashiku Katana did so now what the don't Niki babies how do we coordinate and get these information directly to the Navajo people and the chapter staff at Jo Equado based in the house net to Kodo Sato be nature to the baby nature to the a quacky git at the night desk chairman. This is the reason why I say this is what I go through. Oh no, and then sometimes I ask the question, am I really just a messenger as a delegate? The programs, chapter the work you get the din hanan cle ni hit the wheel net the dot email don't hit respond that net nashit no the equator sate programs to keep it in the issue halit all it on how to chana no the and the programs and then you had the chapter and the a call with that bistahwel jisko ko out at the then hit chapters between date nishiki. I'm sure especially I can see some of my colleagues representing more than 5 chapters and what they go through. And then with the different limited accessing to the internet, there's another factor. We say that everything's online, do this online, to do a lot of these things online. Chairman, I know this is a work session for us as a leadership, but my point again is that how is it that we're providing this information so that our chapter will be ready once this funding will be available? And then that's the other question I have. Because we'll be we'll be working alongside with the fiscal year 2022 budget. Upper funding did us nani how much today or was it next week that there's going to be an official notice of allocation again. Not needs at next door. A co agent did what at on the dates at the door hajla hot ela. A co based on a joint statement. Elia did not based on Han de no. So so again, I apologize for taking up the time and then yapping around, and I'm sure that but nonetheless on behalf of the chapters though the community that I represent Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Let me go back to Mr. Halona. Your response, sir.
Hello, Chairman. I didn't clear. I should check. Delegate Begay. I knew what that. And I guess that's the challenge for all of us, everybody. This is what we're going to do with that. Nada will now net overstated. Dear Horton, Cadeti nada that ne Cadi Cade at the bed last later, ne could ask na send Horton aid or what aid. So I think we're just going to confuse our people if we don't give them one voice of what we're going to do. And once we make that decision, I think this is what the call is for, is when we get done, we should say, okay, this is what we're going to do. And then this is what HPD is going to do. Here's what Fish and Wildlife is going to do. Here's what General Land Development is going to do, and processing. And NTUA is going to apply, and we'll also know what the requirements are and what's going to be waived. Once we get that, I'd say that before COVID, Land Department, we used to, after every election, after inauguration, we used to do 3 days work session with all the officials, all the grazing people, Club C, if they have them identified yet, staff, chapter staff. The last one we did before COVID, we were in Albuquerque for 3 days, and then we were in Flagstaff for 4 days. Based on the NHA, based on they paid for the facilities for part of it, and the last day they got to do a 4-hour presentation. So we partnered up to meet the needs. Yep. Partners in late chapter the age of next but about 2 weeks later the chapter is going to call us and say, come on out to our chapter, and tell us about this. They came back, they're saying this Ashani what that, And so, I tell them, your officials they brought the paperwork, gave them flow charts, and then a lot of them tell us, hey, don't hold Klada. We want to hear it directly from the department. So I've been to all the chapters. In fact, I've been to Low Mountain three times to do presentations on home sites and land withdrawals when they were trying to do the cemetery. But it's not that way now. It has on it. No. Auto shit next to has now. Auto somewhere it changes. Auto so we all know that. We can do radio and we can do newspaper. And I've worked with the tribe now a long time, disseminating information. Even when I was a Fish and Wildlife, disseminating information. Then they tell you, I don't listen to the radio. I don't read the Navajo Times. I don't read the papers. I don't go to chapter meetings. Then I don't know how else to tell you then to get it to me. I mean, they want us to go directly to each person, which we know is hard to do. With that. So for the last 2 years, our reaching out, our public outreach has been affected. We used to do booths at all the fairs and meet with the people one-on-one as they come through. They have questions. We did expos. We did land summits. We had 1,300 people would come to the land summit. We give them all the handouts that they can point to. We put everything on the internet, on our website, everything that we're talking about. And now lately I've been offering to all the agency councils. I did one to Eastern Agency, the whole rundown on home sites. I'm doing it with other chapters. I just finished Cameron, spent a morning, half a day with them. I sent them the presentation and we go through it, ask questions. So we're doing everything we can under the circumstances. White paper. The white paper was issued right when CARES Act started. We all worked on it. I know the Navajo Land Department, General Land Department, we worked on it. We were in a small group with NDOT. Rich Coote was on that team. And we went back and forth. We identified all the challenges that we have because of federal law. What would work best for us? Washington. Right before ARPA, with the new Biden and Harris administration, all their cabinet members, the new Department of Interior, that's going to are we ready? What's your recommendation? What are the alternatives? General leasing regulations yet. Under those regulations, if you do as you say in those regulations, here we know about it and we authorize it. So that's where I think we can fix things to moving forward. But we still need the Bureau's guidance on the federal part. What can they adjust? What's the bare minimum that we can do? you can reaffirm that nicht what that you thought yeah, that's going to be a big help to us. I think he caught what a quiet but on track. Yeah, the nothing hot Nini hit yatsen that toda hata lego bata hatol nisiki jo kwagen kaya benate chudo inki lani isegi jo kwanan skadigi ya pechen hoja jo sto late 1970s do stand da what aja no what that yeah district councilman district grazing, yeah, consent acts in that, Asia is in that, grazing permittee, need that, ita, 70 dollars stand it, yeah, up the pebble sort of sausage or less at the door need. Ako eba has on it, yagishin, as your net, or yat, Juno yash kitten that's doing this. Azi get a nihigi. I got the Chillinigi Quagger Sati Jagi the in Jo art case in the La Quagge. Say ya ado le Aljago Chief Chon. I hot on not all yetly get you out up a car. Ado nas. Ado bebnas what I heard, so she in or yeah, there's not peso. Outside the pay gasiki, ne? Ako hot ahajin alieho it's such a yeah, paid it so edo dibanal so bebanal so ye don't deal so show it ain't that. Eda zebik ehodan nil, and so is your. Nas in or those Sadiki Sichaki Tribal Code Title 16 401 to 14 by 403. Ladies, you know that in Haila Tobacata. T in the don't need to get your hotel. I don't need in stock. Quite a shit they need Kate. Don't get that. Oh, I can't in. What are the actual legal side of the case that did that. Moving forward, once we know exactly what we're going to do, Selin or yacht eight or late eight or none by yacht get up a nothing can don't never had no yacht eight or late. What about this case? I should check. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Alona. Honorable Chairman Yazzie, Edmund Yazzie.
Chairman, thank you, and then RDC committee members. I appreciate the call. I appreciate the work session that RDC is doing, Mr. Alona, and I appreciate their work, especially with the church leases, Alrina and Mr. Alona. He's always been there, and both teams. Anyhow, I just want to say a few things, okay? I know I'm the wannabe. I want to be on the couple of things that I like to bring up. Number one is the IHS legislation that we pass as council. That IHS, not the medical department, but IHS up in Virginia, they're holding up, according to NTUA, holding up right-of-ways so for water lines. And based on that, there was a legislation that was entered, okay? And that was passed. So something just for your acknowledgement, Chair, and RDC, okay? And maybe we need, I'm asking RDC for your help on that so we can get things going. I know the right-of-way issues has always been, a problem. We got word, I don't know if Mr. Sosi's on board, but he shared some good information, but I'll share that with him. I'll let him share that info if he's on. That's regarding land, and that is as good information that he has. So lastly, I just wanted to say on the home sites, RDC members talking with Mr. Sosi, Lester Sosi, there is 100 pending cases of approval that needs to be done by the Navajo Nation Archaeological Department, meaning that 100 people in Eastern Agency is waiting for home site lease approval. But I know Mr. Shabala had indicated that the approval, the Game and Fish, is shorthanded. And I am asking RDC for your help. I do have a phone call meeting coming up this week with Mr. Sosi. I appreciate his work with the BIA too as well. We're trying to get that 100 home site leases through, and the holdup is through the Navajo Nation. And I don't know if the president is listening, or Mr. Chaco. You know, we need. I mean, if we're going to be talking about all this right-of-way issues, and the money's in there, you know, and then the holdup like we're talking about, it really, you know, can cause a lot of frustrations. So, you know, I just wanted to let the RDC member know. You know, when we first got elected, my first pick was RDC, but I was surprised I didn't get, you know, on that list. But nevertheless, I'll try to be as much help as I can, you know. And so, speaking on behalf of our constituents, as we always say, so the IHS legislation, I know we can get that number, legislation number for you, Chair and committee members, to get the water line pushed and moving for NTUA. And then this pending archaeological approval for the home site lease for Eastern Agency, sir, is what I wanted to share. Thank you for allowing me to say my part here, Chair and RDC members and everyone that's online. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Yazzie, for that. Yes, please send us that IHS legislation, or Ms. Yako, if you would, or Ms. Begay, send us that IHS legislation that was passed by council. And thank you for letting us know about this 100 home sites that are waiting to be completed. So, Honorable Yazzie. So, honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions for Mr. Halona before I go to Chairman Aruso? None? Honorable So, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I just wanted to make a suggestion to Mr. Halona. Since we have the ARPA money in the coffers of the Navajo Nation, and I know you did indicate that you have submitted a budget already relating to personnel. I guess the other thing that we could do is, the suggestion is that the archaeological clearances and the land surveys and the fish and wildlife, if we could maybe request for funding from ARPA, submit a budget to include the land survey costs and just a flat rate. We know that, and then the archaeological clearances also. I believe there's a threshold that they have, and the nation can pay up to a certain amount for land surveying for an individual who applies for the home site and pay for the archaeological costs. If there's a difference, you know, that's where the homeowner can meet the Navajo Nation at some point. And I think that's what we could ask for in this ARPA money, because it's relating to those services that the newer generations, like this will assist them to get their home site lease process. The other is that the
the Fish and Wildlife Service, and I know this is not under the direction, Land Department doesn't have the oversight of the Fish and Wildlife and the Navajo Nation SHPO. Since the Navajo Nation at one point inserted that into the requirement on behalf of the Navajo people, why don't we move forward to rescind that or make a waiver for that portion of the law that the Navajo Nation inserted for as a requirement for the cultural and for the botanist, the T&E. And then coming from the Navajo Nation, lead at the local agency offices, I'm going to stick my head out for Land Department here because I've been a part of that team there. There's that time where the program was restricted only 1,500 miles a month. And programs out there like in Shiprock, Crown Point, Western Agency to the city, even Chinle, they had to properly use their vehicle mileage. And a lot of the vehicle mileage was utilized for land surveying out in the field. There's agencies that have over 30 chapters, 18 chapters, and so forth. And to get staff out there to do land surveys at the time when the nation was providing the land survey, there was one point where the Navajo Nation Land Department was geared up with over 100 staff, and they cranked out lots of home site leases in the mid 90s, and budget cuts been those dollars were absorbed somewhere. That's an administration issue. When the president submits their portion of the comprehensive budget, this comprehensive budget, how much did the president say? Tell Land Department and glad this is how much money you're getting. Budget this much only, not anymore. We really need to look at that as we need to fund these programs to the maximum. The other is that T&E, these surveys that are still out there, Land Department can only receive an application and process the paperwork. But if Fish and Wildlife or HPD cannot process the Cultural Resource Compliance Form or the Threatened Endangered Species Survey document or the EPA clearance, it's not on Land Department. It's on the other programs. And that's the reason why I asked Mr. Chapala, if Land Department is doing their job, what is HPD doing? How are they trying to get these documents processed a lot quicker? Or what is the Fish and Wildlife doing to try to process these documents quicker? And the bottleneck is there, Land Department. Land Department is holding it up. Land Department is holding it up. But yet, it's not Land Department. It's another tribal program within the Department of Natural Resources. And that's where I say that Division Director Jelini, I look at it as a construction foreman position. If you guys worked as a construction foreman position, time is money. What aja a personante. If the program is just milking the system, they're just milking the system for retirement. That's just the way I see it in Benin. Our Navajo citizens are out there is actually getting the bad end of the stick. And I'm glad that Mr. Halona and Ms. Yazi bringing this one-stop shop forward, and I believe it's going to move it.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. So, Mr. Halona, there's a suggestion, a recommendation by Honorable Chairman So. Your response, sir?
Chair, members of the Resource Committee, though, Delegate So, Eisen Spazen, though, Nanish in La Ate. Ako, ya, Halit on Docas, Chuhat not. Ako, the Nanashing in Dadnishi. Hele contract is Yago, Shiat Einsen. Ad in Dadnishi, the company, Hodlonigi. Adro Adna Dollish. Akodi could you pay so Nana Nilo, we still have to hire a registered land surveyor. Under the current position title and salary structure, that's why we don't have one, because we couldn't fill that position for 4 or 5 years. Although our registered land surveyor retired. Hired days now. We had a couple of selections right before they were supposed to start. They got a better offer. They go where they need to take care. They have a better opportunity to give their family a better quality of life. It could be $20,000, $30,000 more. Hit the car. So we weren't able to fill that position, and then when budget cuts came again, that was one we could cut without losing any current positions that have people in them. No layoffs, we have budget cut, but no layoffs. So we take our cuts in the vehicle mileage, operating, and so forth. At some point, I always say, any more cuts, we'll just be in the office. Nobody will be able to go out anywhere. That would be the next cut. So, I think, even if the art side, we just need to hire a couple of them on East and West chapters that you cater. I talked with Dr. Yellowman about that as well. Maybe would it be each chapter or some chapters? Let's take for example, Manlito chapter. 32 families, utilities, before CARES, before all that. They identified 32 families that had no home site lease that needed utilities. Internal budget, they hired a surveyor that did all 32 at a lesser price, all the surveys for it. It's like art channels. What another application all that so I know it can happen. It's just we have to find the mechanism. Either contract them, identify the funds, and contract those services. If you give us the funds, it's going to take quite a while to reestablish positions, hire people, get the equipment to them that need upgrades now. All the equipment is technology driven, so they all need new software upgrades and all of that. So it would take a while before it get to get them in the field. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Alona. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any questions or comments for Mr. Halona? None. So far, to send information back to the chapters. We discussed the art clearances, cultural traditional assessments, as well as biological resource compliances. And towards the end here, the recommendations that will be made, we can move forward on some of these discussions. Honorable Kialan Begay, go ahead.
Chairman, could there policy change at the federal level? Dry down white paper ki Naspatelia Johan Akola stop what is the current process right now? Because white paper, because the way I understand about changing policies, that I would think that the president, if not the elected officials, which is the council, continue or initiate consulting or sitting down or lobbying our state leadership or the oversight committee or the standing committee at Congress level on the Senate and on the House side. What echo kodo ba bitonisto what start LA. I don't think it will work just to say that now how do we lobby? I guess that's the question again. For maybe we can reach out to the Navajo Nation Washington office and ask them specifically this right-of-way process, the home site lease. So a lot of these have to go through the BIA. We were told that there was a new acting BIA director. Provide us some guidance of how the Navajo Nation needs to proceed in streamlining a lot of these processes. And then I do believe that we can turn around and start making plans to say that, okay, this is a policy change that really needs to be developed at DC level. White paper, I'm sure it's composed of so many different areas, not just in the land department or natural resource. It probably includes transportation, housing, and so on. But the only one that I know that a white paper was submitted that relates to the transportation. And I think that some of our federal officials are on the line listening in. Navajo Nation. How do we start making contact and even making a presentation? The last week, Chairman, you had to make a presentation before an oversight committee just to start things going for as far as the policy change go to get our representative to get educated up there. So ACT hot ashin edo leslik benago ko halit ale kodo nha chelia do lesto hit ale nha kate ni nelo kodo benache kodo bishbans anni clinic dit benyen na de to hot ben benye na de cho hot do ni ki la hit da il na la sto aj ko to to cho hatne ko what's the end results that we're aiming at? I mean, other than just saying that this particular document had been submitted. So it issued out maybe by the end of the day or at the end of the work session agenda, we can put the Navajo Nation Washington office on the line and ask them what what process that they're working on, and what's their recommendation to the oversight committee, because we're the ultimate as far as the programs that we're dealing with. Land department, water, transportation, economic development, and so on. Oh, huge, but the need at the DC level. I know the New Mexico congressmen or you senators are asking their chapters that proposal Arizona we haven't get no official response, but document say it's not the case as far as the lobbying effort, get these policy change in reference to the white paper that was being discussed or referenced, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Ms. Begay, could you contact the Washington office and perhaps have them get on the call before our meeting's over today? So we're having some good points and things that are surfacing, as well as with the white paper and the direction we need to take as leaders, Navajo Nation leaders, to work with Washington leadership to help us assist with this. And I'm glad that we do have BIA, Mr. Lester Sosi, on the line with us today. And during his presentation, he can answer some of these questions that are being raised today. So are there any other comments or questions, honorable members of RDC? B on the agenda, General Land Development Department procedures and requirements for water and power line for Navajo families. Our presenter will be Ms. Yazzie. You have the floor, 15 minutes.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to start with the TAA. As you know, back in June of 2020, the Resources and Development Committee had passed the Tribal Authorization Access Resolution. In that is just the 100% wholly owned tribal entities that can take advantage of this resolution. That doesn't include outside entities, El Paso Gas, APS, Continental Divide, Hemis Electric, bigger companies. It does include NTOA, NDOT, 100% tribally owned entities. With this rights of way, what we did was we had streamlined the right-of-way process for ourselves, and our biggest client right now is NTOA. So what we tried to focus on was what could make it easier and make the process easier. Since I got on board 5 or 6 years ago, I was challenged with the task of, okay, what is taking the right-of-way so long to be processed? At the time, all of our rights-of-way still had to go to BIA. They still had to get final approval from BIA after going through the 164 tribal review process. So what we did in streamlining it was we took out, the biggest things that we did was we took out the environmental assessment, which was one of the biggest costs in terms of trying to pursue a right-of-way, whether it's a right-of-way that's already built, that just needed updated, forms. A lot of these environmental forms, they were not required years ago. And when it came time to renew a lot of these right-of-ways, which is one of the biggest jobs that we do today that we've inherited, is we're coming up to a lot of these expired rights-of-ways. And right now what we're calling is TAA. And
with N2A, our biggest client is a lot of their rights of ways had never gone to BIA for final approval. So they're resubmitting them back to our office under a TAA rather than a right of way. And I bring that up to your attention because it branches off the service line. And so for water and power line, when I say right of way, when we say TAA, it's just another word for a right of way. So during my presentations, it might kind of explain that we did back in the day. Mr. Halona used to do home sites, and at a lot of those land summits or DNR summits, I did a lot of the mission site. I did a lot of the rights of ways, the service line agreement. Right now, most recently, since we got the authority to issue our own leasing, we've also been doing the environmental compliance portion of it. So that's the other part is we've also, the biggest change that we did in the TAA was we also included the environmental review. So those are some of the things that we've done. Water lines, power lines, they fall within the TAA. I'm not sure if I'm up for service lines later on, or if you want me to cover that while I'm talking about water line and service line. But so those are some of the things that we have been working on for years to try to streamline the process, to try to get, water and power line out for our Navajo constituents. And this process includes everything from trying to get chapter resolution, from trying to get grazing consent that I know we're going to talk about a little bit later on. The service lines, I'm trying to look down at the agenda. I'll just go ahead and go into service lines real quick while I have time. So the service line agreements are basically under 25 CFR 169, I believe, or is that rights of ways? It's a federal law, and what we require on our side is a service line agreement, and we also require a home site lease. And that's the biggest, I think that's the biggest problem that we've been running into lately, is a lot of these homes that were built back in the 50s, the 60s, the 70s didn't really have a home site lease. And they've been trying to come into compliance in getting a home site lease to get utilities, to get water and electric. What we require in our office to process the service line agreement is the service line agreement itself. We also require the home site lease, approved home site lease by Navajo Land Department. We also require a survey of the right of way that they're dropping off of. So if they're going to drop a service line to a home or water line to a home, that big line that they're coming off of, that big line needs to have a right of way. And also the service line needs to have a cultural resources compliance form according to HPD. And we also need a biological resources compliance form from Fish and Wildlife. We also need consent form, which is grazing consent, which is another issue that we're going to talk about here in a little while. Some of these things we've been trying to change. Some of it, as I stated, it's kind of inherited, and we try to make changes that will make sense to us more as a tribe, rather than just kind of, well, this is what BIA said. When I first got into this job, there wasn't really any outlines. Like right now, there's no grazing policy. There's no, with the tribe, there's also no written eminent domain policy. I mean, there's just a lot of these things that we've just been going off of, well, that's what so-and-so said, that's what so-and-so said. And that's just what I've come to learn out of the 5 or 6 years that I've been a part of the Division of Natural Resources now. And the biggest hurdle, as I had sent you a document earlier from legislative on the consent issue, is running into different opinions when it comes to changing law and policy. So right now, as you know, through the 164 executive review process, we have 4 attorneys that review these documents. So if I send in something for NHA, or I send in a TAA for N2A or NDOT or somebody, and there's an issue in there, it'll have to go through 4 legal reviews for it to be finally for it to be satisfied. And those are things that we work on every day. That's a part of GLAD's job. That's what we do, is we tediously work with different departments, with Fish and Wildlife, with HPD. I also emailed each of you our most recent updated 164 review. Every packet that we have that's in our review process right now. It's all electronic, all the way up until at least the Division of Natural Resources, and then DOJ, OPVP, and Legislative handle all of it, still in the paper manual format. But I sent that to you for your information. We have IHS, we have Continental Divide, and I think NTUA that are able to get onto the system and check to see where their packet is. We try to be innovative. We try to be creative in terms of, budget cuts. We know that's going to happen. We know that NGS was closing down. So my mind 2 or 3 years ago, to put this electronic process in place, we needed it direly, to be prepared during the pandemic, when the offices were shut down. I'm not sure if you guys know, but I had a baby, and I had to drive to Window Rock, go pick up packets, drop it off at DOJ, pick it back up, take it over to OPVP when it came out of the system. So we were still able to move a lot of our 164 packets through the 164 review. One of the things that got held up was the consent portion. We did try to work with the Attorney General, the President's office. We made a lot of efforts over the course of the pandemic to try to waive a lot of these laws, to try to waive what doesn't make sense, especially in the service line agreement, to drop water, or much less to drop electricity off to somebody's house. Why would you need grazing consent? How is that going to affect their grazing area? There's just a lot of things that, that we've tried to streamline. We've tried to, ask working with Fish and Wildlife and HPD, but the requirements are still requested and still required to be there. So those are some of the things that could be, taken as a side note in terms of processing these service line agreements. Other than that, we know that, water and electric is a vital utility for Navajo people to have. During the Russell Begay administration, what I did was I wrote a letter and I requested this consent legislation that Rex Coons and I are now reintroducing to be considered in 2018, and it wasn't considered. But at the time, my point is, we simultaneously, even prior to COVID, we've always been looking for ways to streamline. We've always been looking for ways, how else can we get direct services to people without having to go through all of these, different, as it's called, red tapes and hoops and things like that. Ever since we took over our own leasing authority, ever since we took over our own rights of ways now with TAAs, we've been trying to look for other ways. What are other tribal laws that we have on our own lands that we can change, instead of, putting our foot down and stepping on our foot, in terms of how we're trying to get these utility services to the Navajo people. So, that's as much as I have for now. I can go on and talk about consent later on, and the one-stop shop and other things. But for the agenda topic, that's what I have now, and I think I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yazzie, for that. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any comments or questions for Ms. Yazzie? Kitchen and die. Then, yeah, we'll move
Chairman
right
Keelan.
along. Honorable Keelan Begay, go ahead. You have the floor. Honorable Begay. Honorable Begay, press *6. Honorable Begay.
Chairman, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Kudo di as far as the department. I guess the other area that we need to get some assistance is from the Department of Justice. The review process, I may be wrong, but the review process could be expedited. What is the solution? I'm sure each of the projects are significant or unique. How these particular documents go through the process for intended purpose. Joe Quackit Opahanate Stundishni did ego kodo aj baslag go out the ordinate the ohatni. Maybe talk with have a conversation with our Department of Justice. A situation. A lot of these information or the situation is what I'm going through with the 5 chapters that I represent. DOJ, there's a MOA agreement needs to be established. No, call CPMD and Department of Justice also in Arjananas Ado a review no I guess I got a notice until the last Friday that the MOA has been finalized, and then you don't need. Okay, now what? Based on that chapters, but and this funding was allocated almost 6 years ago. And then another one that I'm dealing with is that it got into I'm sure they're on the line listening as well, that CDBG based upon the Kodo that Akit Ato Hajo no Bayati ko DOJ, which is not in the RGC review not the Tle Onahane. And other cares funding based on them as they had done there, which a lot of our projects were eliminated just because that there was no agreements or specific agreement done, especially broadband. Go 8 in the DOJ do MO8 no. I know there's one tower in that region in the Pinyon area, tower in the propane base into 8 electricity no. What does DOJ say? Does this and a not no that's a Diego Basashi. I don't think I didn't one of the chapters that receive CDBG funding. Yard Lindigit after Joye that after into a do DOJ Aja not on not this most on us ni. A coco highlight out a you see, especially for CDBG, it was specific for a purpose. That deep in your base of that based on that. A coco the a height on ila even not I see that all chiho cut the sounds 2 years a day, but the base of her job MOA base had the dot art in the geeky. So Nasta or not by yet that here. A codicat Akunan at the home site lease a policy change. Go halate out the Ecuador, here to Ecuador legislation that Yahil Sosko. So what at on legislative council or non here. Well, it has to be executive branch, it has to do the submitting of these documents on hit that needs to add a co other Ecuador executive office over the lab. Now, so keep an eye on for example, grazing officials, the stipend, the hotel, don't not sourcing hitch. What now that the whole just our legislative council is telling us that document has to be submitted for review from the executive branch and get it. A con he could be has only in a gate and arch or tahiti ka. called DOJ, and maybe as a policy change, how is it that we as an elected official, as the legislatures, that our own legislative council says one thing and then DOJ says another thing, and then the different process that we have to go through. Ako kodat ko dishinda zembnat atinde dishinda out ati opa yel di ko ake basis na hui na aki kudu kada hot na ta e be lito e hot banana slad e chat na yitla ta cho hat ni ko o di ka basis na hui na ako di kat o I to e tan hit da do ni so hit ati ni so da ni gishinda out only had she asahnaanit lehtet ot atinda o hannadil to payanna to lestoshe koko benna koko hit ala ilian jondo lesson the chairman. So again to it is ahagito to the hit ada ala peta inisto to da inisiki to koten hit net o yego koto ot but na ho yil naniki to ye go sitis ko the chaga ho san has on the dot nen diniki ye gon ha honizin the dot na ha ni hit the nab ke wit ini ho hector ya ta honizin ni shida zeben na go got ho especially DOJ. I mean, I hate to say this, that ye go that jil ka go to shin that ye go could the nab hot hakito the hot hakishindo ye go sped the ho the niben na o na so o nas natos gesto o ya natos gesto o na de not is ko akut eta honan sinde to ye go bas sing ta chilida sinant ani kliniki koto ko ede koto bahanana sit to listen the key. And every time I always speak koto ba nas I want to say this on record again, hoping that this is being recorded and these my statements are being documented, because of what I see and what I go through at the chapter level. Is I want to relay this situation on behalf of our community. Kodon hit nan diniki pa yast hito pa nas ndishnisla. Akon la the khushet ni thalit ala don habanan ti do hit ala don habayan hit ashit ni la that ita the inishikito ita asasi glanta isn't all the way. Isan to ato pahasi the isan ato hit ato nabikia dashkita isan sin and he is not petishni ko ebe benashe kodo di kodo sadiniki be hanana sit of this kodo and he represent liagi benashe nana chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Ms. Begay, could you contact the Department of Justice, perhaps Ms. Black Hat, to get on this call? And we do have our legislative attorney on the call this morning, Ms. Khan. And Ms. Khan, could you make some recommendations as to how we could also expedite the process in reference to what laws we have in place already, Ms. Khan? Ms. Khan, press *6. Ms. Yazzie, could you also respond? And perhaps you also have some recommendations to expedite the process other than what we have as far as the TAA.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Okay. As far as the executive review process to be expedited, I just want to tell you that I've had, I'm going to give you just like a snapshot of my background, just because it's kind of relevant to this. When I started with the tribe, I was working at legislative And then I also became a community services coordinator at the chapter house. I've also served as a chapter official for 4 years, and I was also a planner at the new Administrative Service Center. And then I came over to Land Department, Division of Natural Resources in 2015. And I say those things because we throw a lot of terminology around out there about CDBG, about TIF funding, about, these different requirements, but from my experience, you have to have site control. If you look at the OCIO's Blue Book that they have over at CPMD, one of the first things it says on there out of their pre-procurement planning activities or PPAs is a land site control, land withdrawal, right away. What is the tool that you're going to use, to build that building, to get that road, to get whatever it is that you're getting funding for, whether it be from the state or wherever you're getting funding from. So those are, that's just one thing that I wanted to, kind of let you know is that, I've kind of held hands with companies, and I've held hands with with us, with the nation, and then I've held hands with the chapter houses because, if we don't all hold hands and one of us falls off the wagon, that project's not going to work. And I've seen a lot of projects fail, and I've seen a lot of, projects because they didn't get the consent from the grazing permit at the end, even though they have $7 million, they can't go through with that project. So, those are just some of the things that I wanted to put at the top of your head right now before we continue with the work session. But going back to the expedited, one of the things that we had implemented was the electronic 164. Back in the day, of course, during the project review days, they had Howard Draper, handling a lot of these things. And I'm not saying anything bad about my colleagues. He was a good worker. He did a lot of good work for the nation for over 30 years. It's just the process, how the process was back then, it was so difficult because everything was still paper manual in a paper manual system. And so because of that, it made it difficult for staff to work. And when we implemented the electronic process, as I had emailed you just a few minutes ago, I emailed you what's inside the 164 review. As you can see, there's still a long wait. There's still a long holdup. And when we started this, a lot of departments were sitting on the edge of their seats because, they didn't want to be the people in the limelight. They didn't want to be the people that were blamed for holding up a lot of these packets. When you get awarded funding, you're on a deadline. We understand that. We have Bureau of Reclamation, we have NTOA, we have IHS. We have all these clients that have the funding deadlines. And every day, we work towards how else can we make it better. Every week we send out monthly reminders to all the reviewers and approvers on the 164, but as you can see, there's still a big lag time. So one of the things that we opted for was the one-stop shop, and I'm not sure if you want me to get into that right now, or I can get into that, during the time that's appropriate on the agenda for the one-stop shop. But that is one of our biggest recommendations in terms of the expediting the process. So if you want me to continue, I can, Chair. Otherwise, I can wait till that time is appropriate on the agenda for the one-stop shop. Thank you.
We have the one-stop shop down on G, so we'll wait for that. And
okay.
Thank you. Ms. Khan, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Chair. Somebody stopped in to my office just briefly, and that happened to be when you asked the question. Would you please repeat the question? I'm sorry to have missed it.
Okay. We have our attorneys under Office of Legislative Counsel. We also have attorneys at the Department of Justice, and we're, based on our leadership meeting today, we're putting together recommendations, suggestions as to how we can streamline the process with this ARPA funds that are coming. And with this ARPA funds coming, our people are in dire need of water and electricity, and we would like to spend as much money as we can on our people to get this. And one of the other concerns that was raised by Honorable Begay was that with certain memorandum of agreements that are in place that we need assistance from our attorneys, and what would be your recommendation as our attorney to expedite some of this process moving forward, Ms. Khan?
Mr. Chair, with regard to the memorandum of agreement that is in place, of course, unfortunately, I don't know any specifics about that particular memorandum of agreement. I will say that in general, the process that I work with the Department of Justice, and these being Navajo Nation law issues with regard to the use of the land and granting of leases and right-of-ways and such. I myself, I work with the Department of Justice's Natural Resources Unit, and currently I have a meeting scheduled to go over many of these questions legal questions that are being presented today and have been at issue for quite a while now. And I'm going to sit down with them and go over questions that are coming in with regard to streamlining the process. And I need this time, and that's why I've set up the time with the Department of Justice on these particular questions having to do with the consents and the federal regulations and the particular draft legislation that was drafted by the Navajo, the NTUA, with the assistance of the General Land Development Department. And I have my own meeting set up to go over the legal questions that are there. And then after our office, Ms. Dana Bobroff will also be sitting in with me. Will be after our discussion with the Department of Justice, we can come to some agreement with the Department of Justice as to issues that we need to focus on, and with the need to bring the Department of Justice into the conversation as to whether or not amendments to Navajo Nation Code should be made and such, or whether discussion should be made with the Bureau of Indian Affairs with regard to the CFR's provisions with regard to right-of-ways and leases and such. So to answer your question about what is our suggestion, my suggestion at this point is to bring the Department of Justice into the discussion, and also for me and the Department of Justice to get back with you as to our discussion, the conclusions of our discussions as to these many issues that are being brought up today. It will take, like I said, I do have a meeting scheduled this afternoon with them on these issues, and then we can perhaps bring it to the floor when Resources and Development Committee has another work sessions on this issue. We can give specifics. At this point, there's a lot of legal questions, and if I can sit down and Chief Legislative Counsel can sit down with the Department of Justice and the Attorney General on the specific legal questions, and together we could present to the Resources and Development Committee at a work session, perhaps a follow-up to this one, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. And we also do have on the line with us from Washington office, Ms. Santee Lewis. Could you please introduce yourself? Ms. Lewis? Press *6.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairman Nez. This is Santa Lewis with the Navajo Nation Washington office. Good afternoon. I am here to listen in and support the committee as instructed. So again, we want to support the Resources and Development Committee as needed. I do just want to note that we have been working with the executive branch to help put together a white paper in the past as it relates to refining the regulations. And so more work needs to be done. So I look forward to hearing the discussion taking place today. Thank you, Chairman Nez.
Thank you for getting on the call with us, Ms. Lewis. Our discussion today is how to streamline the process for our Navajo people utilizing the ARPA funds for their water line and electricity to their homes. And one of the questions and recommendations that was raised this morning was policy changes at a federal level, and what is the current process with the white paper that you just mentioned as well that's being produced, and also to lobby our Washington leaders to change a section of the Code of Federal Regulations so these funds can be distributed and utilized for these water projects. So if you would, please stay on the line with us and we'll have further discussions on this. And we would appreciate you staying on the line, Ms. Lewis. Nanta, honorable members of RDC, do you have any other questions or comments? None? Okay. Next, we have Fonzie and other clearance requirements for water line and power line projects by Mr. Richard Begay from Historic Preservation Department and Rowena Jeremiah from Minerals Department. Mr. Begay? Press star 6.
Oh. Sorry, I apologize for that. I was speaking away. Good morning, everyone, and members of the committee, the Tribal Council, and guests. I want to let you know that we're in charge of overseeing what we call cultural resources compliance or archaeological compliance for undertaking what we call federal undertakings on the Navajo Nation. And that does include the issuance of home site leases or residential leases on allotment lands. So far this year, we have had about 963 project reviews. So there were about 963 archaeological surveys done on the Navajo Nation. And we have about, of that 963, approximately 700 of those were for home site leases. And so we've been very busy with making sure that the Navajo people receive their archaeological clearance in a timely manner. We often get these requests from walk-ins, and we usually get those out within the week. We also have contractors who are doing archaeological survey on the Navajo Nation. Some of those, we have about 45 or so companies and individuals who are permitted to work on the Navajo Nation and to provide archaeological surveys for home site clients and so on. Unfortunately, it does take some time to do the survey. We're not in charge of doing the surveys. We only permit the companies. And oftentimes, if there's a delay in our part, it's because those surveys and the reports are not in our offices. We've had people have come to us to complain about the companies that they hired. Unfortunately, I don't supervise those companies. So we do try to contact the company to make sure those reports are sent to us in a timely manner. Those home sites, we review those and we provide clearance for those. And that's stated in the General Leasing Act, so they no longer go to the BIA. However, if those home sites, residential leases are on allotted land, then the BIA does sign off on they concur on our determinations about archaeological clearance. Residential leases probably make up about maybe 20% or less of the home site surveys that we do. In addition to the home site surveys, we do, of course, under the CARES Act and the Light Up Navajo projects with NTUA, and also under IHS, we do work with those agencies to provide clearance for water lines, utility lines, and so on. So, and we do have an agreement with NTUA to provide clearance, preliminary clearance based on the findings of their archaeological projects that they do have. So we have done our best to ensure that we provide the services and the clearances in a timely manner. Last year during the Navajo Nation shutdown and earlier this year, we've had staff working even during the shutdowns to make sure that the clearances were done for those home site leases. Unfortunately, and we need to meet with both Land Department and the General Land Office regarding some of the statements that were made earlier in the meeting. For instance, that BIA letter that Mr. Halona has referred to is no longer valid. We have shared that information with him back in May, and yet he keeps pushing that letter, so we need to meet with him. That letter is no longer valid, so scratch that from your agenda. We have a different system in place, what we call a cultural resources inventory determination determination form, and we use that form to provide archaeological clearance, if you will, for projects that for existing home sites. Again, we are required to observe the Section 106 process under the National Historic Preservation Act, and that is identified in the General Leasing Act that Mr. Halon has referred to. So we need to make sure that we get together on that, and so there is no confusion. But as of now, that BIA letter that Mr. Halona has referenced is null and void, and the BIA did send an email to him back in May after another meeting at the RDC meeting at the time. The other issue to streamline, and this is something I had sent an email to both Ellerina and Mike Halona, was the fact that they require a documentation from our office for home sites that don't need archaeological clearance. For instance, if it's just a simple matter of transfer from mother to daughter, or if it's a deceased person and the son or the daughter's taking it over, if they're transferring it over, they require that person to come to our office to receive what we call a CRID, that Cultural Resources Inventory Documentation. And that's a simple administrative matter that does not need any paperwork. That piece of land, that 1 acre, has already been surveyed, and a lot of times it's already been surveyed. They have archaeological clearance, they have a clearance form, and all they need to do is use that clearance form. Yet Land Department requires that we modify or put a compliance form in that person's name. It's time consuming to do that. Of that 700 or so archaeological surveys that we've done for home sites, reports that we've done for home sites, probably a good majority of those is just modifying compliance forms for the Land Department, and this is a step that is a bureaucratic administrative step that we have to do based on the requirements for the Land Department. Now, again, I don't think it's necessary. That piece of land, that 1 acre, most of the times has been surveyed. It's in somebody else's name, but they want to change the compliance form to the current leasee. It's unnecessary and burdensome because, again, people have to come to our office, and we do it, and we do try to do it as soon as possible, so that home site leasee, potential home site leasee, can get the paperwork done. We do require that new home site leases and and residential leases, new ones, get that archaeological survey. And again, we don't do the surveys here. We have contractors to do that work. There are, again, 45 or so companies that do work on the Navajo, including about 10, 12 or so Navajo individuals to do work. We don't have the funding to do it, and we also encourage private business on the reservation, so we refer people to those contractors, so those, especially the ones who are sole proprietorships, like one-person shops, to do the work for the people who are requiring home site leases. So we have done a lot of work from our end to ensure that we meet the demands of both Navajo individuals and NTUA and IHS and others to provide services to the Navajo Nation. So I'll leave that quick report with you. I'm happy to answer questions. Thank you. I do want to say one more thing. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I do want to say one more thing. The issue of we are getting some dollars through the Department of Agriculture about through their Agriculture Insurance Fund, the AIF. And part of that, when I talked with the Department of Ag, was to use some of that money to do an inventory of cemeteries, grave sites, community cemeteries, family cemeteries throughout the Navajo Nation. Knows this has been a big issue. It affects land management planning, it affects land use areas, because we don't know where a lot of those cemeteries are, or burials are. We're looking to, if the money is approved from AIF, we want to institute a 2-year program to go to communities to identify the cemeteries and burials, locate them and put them into a GIS system so we can actually, so we know where those burials are for land management purposes. And of course, General Land and Land Department can have access to that database and to make decisions about right-of-ways and so on. And so this is something that we're actively pushing, and hopefully we get that fund through the Department of Ag so we can go forward with that project. And I know that this is an issue that the RDC and the Council and NABI have really wanted to address, again, through identifying, creating new legislation regarding cemeteries and so on. But again, I provided a report on that earlier this year, and we're trying to make some decisions and laws without knowing what's out there. And so this project hopefully will give us some idea of how many cemeteries there are, where they're at, and who controls those cemeteries. And I think that's an important part of the information that we need in order to manage the land, the Navajo Nation lands out there, especially for project development, economic development, and so on. So that's a big project that we're working on. So I wanted to share that with you and others on the phone, so that hopefully we'll start that project later this year as soon as our AIF funds are approved. The budget is over at OMB, and we're just waiting for a business unit number. So thank you very much, and I'm, again, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Ms. Rowena Jeremiah from Minerals Department, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. The Minerals Department is responsible for energy-related rights-of-ways. So in this discussion, I'm not going to speak to the water line projects, but more to the power line projects. The Minerals Department responsibilities in this area include negotiation consideration for the rights-of-ways. And so as I go through and talk about what our department does, keep in mind what Elarina had said about the difference between TAAs and rights-of-ways, the tribal access authorizations and rights-of-way. A TAA can be authorized to a wholly owned and operated Navajo Nation entity without BIA approval, whereas the rights-of-way would need BIA approval. So let me start with the Minerals Department's negotiation of the rights-of-way. A company comes to us, and typically at the very beginning of the whole application process, at the very beginning when they're submitting their application to GLAD, at the same time, they're coming to the Minerals Department saying, we need a right-of-way. We hear that the Minerals Department is one of the first places we need to come to start negotiating the consideration. So they come to us, we find out what they're interested in. And in this case, it would be a utility transmission line. We give them information on the rates per rod, the total acreage, get information about if this is 100% Navajo interest or if there's a percentage of Navajo interest in the land area, that type of thing. We want to identify what is the use, what is it for? Is this a renewal? Is it an assignment, or is it brand new? What is the term? How long do you need this right of way? We start off with our standard rates, and typically the longer the term, the higher the rate, the higher the consideration is going to be. We also ask at this point if they have a sponsor in mind, because we need to get a good idea of how knowledgeable that they are with the process, with the Navajo Nation's process. They're asking us questions at the same time we're giving them answers of how to move along as efficiently as possible within the system. When we finally settle on consideration for the rights of way, we start drafting the right of way agreement. At this point, the company brings in their company lawyer, and we start bringing in, typically it's April Quinn with the Natural Resources Unit of DOJ. And we start, April doesn't assist us at the very beginning with negotiating or with drafting the right of way agreement. We'll go through until we think that it's what we call a beautiful agreement. And then we'll say, okay, DOJ, April, we need for you to see if it's legally sufficient. So very early on, as Delegate Begay, I think it was Delegate Begay was saying that the DOJ review process is in this process somewhere. It's at the very beginning. It's at the very beginning. And April prefers to take a look at these agreements at the beginning so that when it finally gets to DOJ in the middle of the whole process, the approval process, it doesn't have to start over. So she gets involved at the very beginning. Of course, the company's attorneys want to get involved at the beginning too. So that's what our department is primarily responsible, negotiating the consideration and then drafting the right-of-way agreement. We get involved with DOJ early on. Now, our recommendation, and this is because, okay, let me go back to how the agenda item is power line projects. If we're going to have a power line project using ARPA money, I'm thinking that NTOA is going to be involved, right? We're going to get our enterprise involved. And any kind of right-of-way is going to turn into a TAA. So it's going to be a TAA with our enterprise. How many are we going to need? I don't know, but one thing that we need to do is standardize the agreement. That's the Minerals Department's recommendation. Standardize the agreement. Have DOJ upfront working with standardizing these agreements so that they're all the same. Right, the consideration won't be different for different agreements. The language won't be different for different agreements. As Mr. Halona stated earlier, we need to identify, before doing this, we need to identify what's going to be waived and what are the requirements going to be. So once we have that in place, that'll cut at least in half all of the time that it's held at Minerals Department. Even in a quarter of that, 3/4 of the time will be saved from all of the time that these agreements are typically within the department. And so I leave you with that. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Ms. Chermaya. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any questions for Mr. Richard Begay and Ms. Rowena Chermaya? Naidos Kirishnanta. Honorable members of RDC.
Chairman Kealan.
Honorable Begay, go ahead.
Here at Nando Liskodo, Nada Sosnaki from the HPD office and Minerals Department. I guess this goes back to the overall questions to the department. First question, Nikki. RDC MY 5318 regarding home site lease regulations. there's certain group of individuals, or Navajo people, those are 65 years and older and honorably discharged veterans, don't have to pay because I guess the question to DOJ and even or legislative council is this is a policy. I mean, is it being utilized? Are the program acknowledging this particular policy? Halit then NTUA and the waterline process ki halne lang the nan diniki starting up slapeda khiton what landa is men edited and his last so we're working directly with our Veterans Administration. Because the question is that this is the policy that was approved by the Oversight Committee. Any time and every time that we talk about is that it has only nido. This is specific basis just like for example crop insurance funding. It has only neo garagoshi based on that chapter chidos. It's like it again hold no according to how that this is been has only like did some of the policy says that those are 65 and over don't need to pay for any funding, but it goes to the question though what aimed who is picking up that particular funding, the cost however we structure the one-stop shop and streamlining the process, how much personnel are we looking at just to achieve the minimum workforce to get this going? So maybe have each of the program that we're talking with that they'll identify to say that, well, if you want this done, we'll need personnel to work on this process. But again, let me stop here. Let me get a response on this RDC CMY 5318. Is that being implemented? Chairman, I have a follow-up question.
Honorable Begay, your question, who is it directed at?
I believe look at HPD, then probably back up to Mr. Halona and then Mr. Yazishi. That they're part of the Navajo Nation program that requires these home site lease process. If they're saying that they're not implementing it, then the question goes to our Legislative Council or DOJ that there's a policy in place. I mean, why isn't it being implemented as it says, Chairman?
Thank you. Mr. Begay? Richard Begay?
This is Richard with Historic Preservation, Yate. All archaeological surveys, whether they're for home sites, water line, other projects, roads, utilities, those are done by private contractors who work on the Navajo Nation. HPD does not do any archaeological surveys. We're mostly a regulatory agency now. In the past, we have done surveys, but we don't do that anymore. So what I guess I'm saying is that we don't, the surveys are between the home site leasee, the applicant, and the private companies who do the work. for it. We do not charge for reviewing the reports. Those are funded through the tribe and also through the BIA and also through the Tribal Historic Preservation Office program through the Park Service. So we don't have any fees associated with reviewing reports. Now, for the survey, the actual survey, when somebody goes out to inspect the land and to write up the report, that's between whoever the applicant is and the contractor, archaeological survey contractors. So when that contractor finishes their survey work, their field work, they write up the report, and that report is submitted to us. Again, we do permit archaeologists to work on the nation. So this department doesn't charge anyone for reviewing those projects, but the companies do charge for their work, and again, we're not involved in that process other than permitting the archaeologists to do the work. I hope I made that clear. If not, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Begay. Mr. Halona? Mr. Halona, *6.
Okay. Yeah, a couple of things I guess we need to get clarified. Mr. Begay needs to understand that his staff are the ones that commented and put language into the home site leasing on archaeological aspects. Fish and Wildlife did theirs for the biological side of it. So we're following what was placed in by staff programs. We didn't generate them out of necessity. And if there's any changes, we need to be informed as to what needs to be processed and what needs to be utilized going forward. And I made reference to those letters. Anyway, so if there's a new process, then everybody needs to know what those are and what is being agreed to between the nation and BIA for one. Okay, with that, was there another question I needed to answer, Chair?
I don't think so. Kuro o naida kirigid e hatida. Kuro MY 53-18 again. Joy Gisapanaida kid to you as well as Mr. Begay. So yeah. Honorable Kialam Begay, do you have a follow-up question?
Chairman, I didn't quite understand the response. It's not being implemented. It's not being. That's the reason why it's not being implemented. Additional Nazi identity. And then maybe again the question to DOJ and our legislative council is that a lot of times the policies it seems like okay they passed it, but yet it's not being implemented because if you look at the home site lease application fees, the penalties and fines fee schedule, the initial fee is $30. Assignment, amendment, and terminations, they're all $45. Annual fee is $12. I don't know if that's still correct. Out of home site lease adjustment fees is $2,000 for a full acre and half acre is $1,000. Home site land use adjustment rent plus annual fees at the archaeological surveys, resurvey fee at $350, retie survey fee $350. Home site
Honorable Begay. Honorable Begay. Honorable Begay. Okay, we'll wait for you. Honorable Begay. Honorable Begay. Mr. Halona, I'll have you respond as soon as Honorable Begay gets back on the call here. He got disconnected, so he's dialing back in.
Thank you, sir.
Chairman, Kealan here.
You may proceed, Honorable Begay.
Yeah, it only takes about a minute or so to get even just dialing back in. But anyway, these are the fees that's associated to get a home site lease. And then others that says like transportation permit fees, land surveyor permit fees, penalties and fines. I'm sure in the citations, first warning, second warning, and so on. Huge fees just to get our Navajo people to get a home site lease. A lot of time we distinguish those that are in need and those that have certain criteria. For instance, for this one, the Gidro is 65 and over. But we do have a lot of our Navajo people will be in this disadvantage. Will be a disadvantage, especially for those that don't have that don't work. What would be the recommendation? Based on what tahaki AEC kodo benye just like the broadband, the programs have reached out to several broadband companies that does service. Some of them are kind of like implementing the Navajo Nation policy as an outside entity. Maybe this another way for because the one thing that I'm worried about is higher by next year. I think that they'll be going through the hiring process while we still have these vacancies or these positions to be filled for the don't need. And what would be the recommendation? And I know there's a lot of survey, archaeology are listed at the land department. Don contract between that way, maybe at least 2 or 3 to each agency for the next year. And I don't know how long it takes. That's the other thing. I don't nada deal. Yes, that's a cut na conk at Bernard. I know I'll go see Nana nature it other things what she don't is not the need only. A coco elahit alcador recommend it is not only because if the RDC MY 5312 is or 18 is not being implemented, I mean, what's the purpose of passing these legislations or resolutions? In so about test case, but now can a lot of these services be that could be done through contract? Could that be implemented? Because they got cares funding. What are they had she Illinois, they were dictating how the Navajo Nation was going to be spending the money. The now Ablagana Chitas in Godit, Shaton, Hitnet, or Hayu, Ado, Hajo, Bakata is what I call Elan Hian Hit, those people, just like the Division of Economic Development, they have to be registered in order to business on the Navajo Nation. Of course, those people that you have lists on your websites, or you have listings of those known archaeologists. I mean, maybe in some areas contract certain areas. That way, they have to cover by each agency. They don't need to go crisscrossing from Tuba City and have to travel all the way to Torreon and so on. Each agency has implement home site lease had the dog Niniki, and then another situation that what I'm going through, and a lot of our Navajo people think of that Kayatan Liniki, because that the Yen Ego was a car, Hawanda Bayilago Aja. Baby, not the local grazing official is saying that it'll be so I can't consent because it has to go through the farm board. The farm board, not that nigga a land use land use permit. It has to go through the BIA non-hit that nigga go aja or not the healer has to aja. Call that ego san hitting has go out at the call a baby not to go out then hit all a DDG. That Haki Arts Hisoko Hajo Chatalia, Dojo Henda Hulian, he recommend or sound John Dolet. So going back again, two questions. First question, which we DOJ or legislative council, is that what is the I guess why isn't our Navajo program implementing the RDC? Of waiving some of these fees to initiate the homicide lease for our veterans and for our elderly that are 65 and over. And then the other question is that could the Navajo Nation program establish some type of a contract with known archaeologists that they could be assigned to each agency to work on behalf of the process of getting the home site lease. Otherwise, or hired or linked or permit yes, you'll be looking at an annual allocations of fundings for the program. Maybe just a temporary, but when that's not that, and so yeah, additional Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Before I go to OLC, let me go to Mr. Halona.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I didn't know if I still needed the *6. I didn't Delegate Begay. Resolution by none any AA, yeah. If a veteran identifies themselves as a veteran or from veteran housing, assisting a veteran, they come in and apply for a home site lease. In most cases, they go through veterans program, and then we know they're a veteran. Then they're not charged the filing fee. Although 65, senior citizen, elderly, they can submit their application, and the filing fee is not charged. Assignments, amendment, termination, peso. General funds what annual fee, it goes into general funds each year. So it's distributed to all different programs within general funds, all the way to the chapter level. Go there. So There's not that many over 65 now getting their home site lease. Most of the kids are coming in and getting their parents' home site lease. And wanting to know if what they need to do. And also that they wanted to be able to transfer that. Auto AD home site lease adjustment fee, 1 acre, 2,000, half an acre, 1,000. This is only in the event that there's a complaint that's been filed, there's an enforcement action that needs to happen. Yelaho adolan does nilo yilago. Chote ado basahole. Ado header equal naltos niltos. Nilade call but home side list ojo question ado la ho one on anate nilo ho one was it that ani na ado garage na hotla. To what ada has ani but not chadota. Because here we get on need do get hot either. Hot order or selection hit that nini yeah complaint disputed later order. To had a need tada. Ako hot in ho. Accessing was hot on the quiet not sauce nini sauce da. Sa hot not the other let ojo in la. But laho in la 1 acre na hot so yeah. But laho in la la. Na no hali khale tash in le. At all that it kedi netlo hunna yandi chi na hot so na. Edo tago ya. Nas hoto ni chohoto ni. Up to 1 acre ne has ani. Up to 1 acre can be added. Ilaho ado la ila kaya laho bahazo ilaho ado la nin la. Any compliance in the place. They'll be inside a lease area. Akosa holona. Edo sa holona do lease. Edo ojo ila benal soset then they don't have the land withdrawal. He doesn't have authorization. Auto belan is linked nini 80 to bring them into compliance. I'd say that RDC, the 22nd RDC, that's 5 acres, need that it down. So, what are the light or at least I need that show Kadeya. I need 2016 app a launch land down 1 acre for Dotney. Okay. And height out or lecture for Dotney. Okay. Half an acre in her area. $13 extra a year though, auto regular 1 acre, $12. Okay, $25 a year though, because now he has an extra acre and a half. Okay, what are $25 a year? Any later, 75 years. What $8? Okay, 1,875. Need to lease over installments over 75 years. Okay, yeah. I got that again. The stations on yeah. 1,000 need to lease. He's done for the next 75 years. It's like any later. Save him $875. So what that? 1 acre though. 1 acre, $27 a year for that extra acre. $12 normally the 1 acre. A heat so go $39 a year times 75 years. I call every year $39 need lost 75 year holds is 2,925 need laid need lot or late. I call ya cut ya 2,000 dash late nego. I call what ya. So we saved that family $925. What Ako egi do bakata inside the resolution fees ne. Ako di additionally wani auto be hit soda. Auto na shinige appe any ile archaeology by yate tigi do ndan kaki aje edo asati is less so we can't waive those. Yeah, it comes out of pocket unless the chapter helps them. A chapter la.
Mr. Halona.
They have paid. Go ahead. Thank you.
Mr.
Yes, sir.
Halona. The corona de kidiki all these fees are supposed to be waived for 65 years and older. Aro veterans asto pa. Of course,
So when they come in, they don't get charged for filing an application. What the?
Okay. Okay, thank you. Aro Honorable Brigade, don't I is the Department of Justice on the line?
Chairman, can I get clarification or make a clarification?
Yes. Go ahead, Honorable Brigade.
Yes, currently there is. I know Mr. Halona, through the CARES Fund, indicated there was the filing fee for home site lease application fee was in place. I understand that one. The current one. On that, $30. No, I get that back. $30. You need the lease application, and then they can get these water line, power line. That's in process as far as the CARES funding. It don't up on state now. My question is that RDC MY 5318. If you look at the Exhibit F, pursuant to Exhibit F, because it lists all these 1 through 10. Although another one 1 through 4. In the because at the bottom it says a request has been made to waive all these fees listed in Exhibit F of the home site lease application fees, and so on. So I'm not sure. I'm getting another text saying that it's only for filing fee. So am I looking something different of RDCMY 5318 that indicates and that Exhibit F that lists everything? Even these veterans are going through that process, and even are 65-year-old or over are going through that process. They don't have to pay a dime on it. That's the way I read this particular legislation, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Brigade. Mr. Halona.
Then I didn't see duty fees. Penalties and fines. Fees at Ada. Penalties and fines. We don't have no compliance officers. There's nobody out there issuing citations or assessing penalties and fines. No compliance officers budgeted. Such a fees. So we catch that on the front end because they give us their CIB that tells us how old they are. But a veteran has to provide the documents, or else we don't know he's a veteran unless he provides documents that he is. Thank you.
Honorable Brigade, do you have a follow-up question?
Mr. Halona, so again, my question goes back that the penalties and fines, but that's part of the Exhibit F. Again, maybe our legislative council, if not DOJ, can clarify the content of the RDCMY 5318, how they read it. And I guess maybe correct me if I'm reading it wrong. Chair, maybe ask our legislative council or DOJ to clarify that. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Honorable Brigade. Ms. Khan?
Mr. Chair, this is Mariana Khan. Just a second, let me mute the other sound. Okay, now, I still haven't muted. Second. Okay, I am looking at RDCMY-53-18. In that legislation, it states that under the approval section, it says waiver of fees for applicants who are 65 and older and who are honorably discharged. They have two different sections. The language states that RDC hereby approves a waiver of fees for individuals 65 years of age and older with respect to home site lease application fee, penalties, and fines fee schedule listed in Exhibit F. And the Exhibit F schedule at the top says home site lease application fee, penalties, and fines fee schedule. The schedule is a page long and more than a page long. Let's see. Yeah, it is a page long, and it gives more than just the home site lease application filing fee. That is number one. Then it gives an annual fee, and then number 3 is a home site lease use adjustment fee. And it goes on to number 4, home site lease land use adjustment rent plus annual fee. And number 5 is archaeological fee, and this as in parentheses, fee to be established by service providers. And 6 is the resurvey fee. 7, retie survey fee. 8, home site lease application dispute filing fee. And 9, transportation permit fee. 10, land survey permit fee. And there's a dollar figure next to each of those fees, except for the one that says archaeological fee, which is to be established by the service provider. Those are all listed under one section. The second section deals with penalties and fines, and there are 4 of them there. From my reading of the legislation, it would appear that the full Exhibit F with all those 10 listed fees, and then plus 4 additional fees under penalties and fines, that appears to be waived by this legislation, by the resolution with respect to individuals who are 65 years of age or older and who are honorably discharged veterans. So even though the language says home site lease application filing fee, yes, those are there in number 1, but it says fee schedule. And so the schedule would appear to include every listed item, Mr. Chair. And there's no place in this particular resolution, RDCMY-53-18, that states where that establishes a fund that the fees would be paid from. There's no place in the legislation that establishes a fund to be paid for the fees to come out of, Mr. Chair. And with regard to whether it sounds like from Mr. Halona's statement that yes, the home site lease application filing fees of $30, $45, and $45, that is being waived. However, it doesn't sound like the 9 other items under home site lease application filing fee, that does not sound like those are being waived. This is just from listening to Mr. Halona. I don't know if Department of Justice is on the line with regard to how they read the particular legislation, the RDCMY 5318, but that is my reading, is that the word schedule, that whole page is waived, not just the initial filing fee. That was how it reads to me at this point, but I have not discussed this with Department of Justice. And with regard to whether or not, what happens if it is determined that all of those 14 listed items are to be waived, and what happens if they're not waived, I guess we would need a full report from Land Department, which collects the fees, and Department of Justice with their interpretation of the fee. And after that point, then further discussion about what should happen if it's not being waived. Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Do we have the Department of Justice on the line? Ms. Begay?
Can you hear me?
Department of Justice.
Can you hear me? This is Veronica. I was trying to unmute myself.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Blackhat.
So in listening to the discussion and then the interpretation provided by Mrs. Khan, I am in agreement with her interpretation that the legislation covers everything identified in the Exhibit F. However, I think it needs to be limited to all the items within the control of Navajo Land Department. Based on the discussions that occurred and comments from Land and Mr. Richard Begay with HHPD, it does appear that the surveys are not within the control of the Navajo Nation departments, and that is a service that is established between the homeowner and the company. So I don't know how we can waive something we have no control over. But Delegate Begay did bring up a good point, and I think that something worth pursuing is maybe in order to address that section, hiring a contractor to provide the surveys for the archaeological surveys for these home sites. Then the question becomes, where are the funds going to come from? And that was a point that Mrs. Khan had raised about, the legislation not identifying, where funds are going to come to for some of these services. But in terms of, what can be done if, compliance, if they're not complying with the waiver, I think, we need to have further discussions regarding that. But that's my just my views on this legislation.
Thank you, Ms. Blackhat. Let me go back to Honorable Begay. Are you okay with the response, sir?
Again, my question specifically, trying to get anybody. That's what we're here for. Okay, there's a policy. It says here that Sani those tweets hunting about don't know what I don't last saw. They don't need to pay a dime to get these services, but especially when this opera funding is coming from. If it has to be, if it's going to go through a contract, and if that's what's going to be recommended, then not the base of and the reason why I believe this goes back to the question to the Division of Community Development and also to the OAH and IHS and the NTUA, how many of those listings that we need to work on. So by that time, that water line and power line would be provided to our Navajo people. I know NTUA, I know they're listening, and it did indicate, and I'll continue to say that rather than having them upgrade the existing infrastructure they have, our Navajo people should be first in line to get the electricity and water line first. So if there's a coordination between the land department of how many home site lease applications they have, that should tell us that, okay, this is how many applications that we have right now, and this is how much that the art clearance has to go through, and so on. And this is our anticipated cost to get this done. And then into okay, this is how many people are asking for power line. This is what we have to go through in order to get the right of way or the service line agreement. At the end of the day, our Navajo people shouldn't even pay a dime. And as you know, that the NTA right now continues to dish out those individuals asking for funding. If they are able to pay on their own, it's understandable. But if they're telling an individual that needs power line, and those are information and those are the documents that I've been sending back to NTUA and asking them. Power line, shahanit o at and it's all this of say could je based on hanit e aj be ka of che dan jo hot I in such case. So that's where I'm pinpointing to where, okay, when does the RDC NY 5318 kicks in? But yet not need go a to base of attention on not the don't a about. So, but there's a policy in place, but yet there's no funding for it. So again, we're here to resolve that situation and resolve that issue. But again, I want to point these out just because that the way I hear responses or presentation by our program, me as a legislature, dit alla and the hastana dit alla because only pass a day lian halit alla to sapeta in nishtala. Other dick at veterans, how many veterans homes are then? What's the coordination with the Veterans Administration? How many people are there are going to have their house built? And again, the way I see the legislation, veterans shouldn't even be paying a dime on it. But yet I hear veterans telling me that they're being told to pay a certain amount of funding to get the art clearance and get the power line to their homes. So because they're the main one that are part of this home site lease process, though the water line and then the power line process. This goes with the roads and also broadband. That's another area that we'll probably be dealing with, talking about it later on. But I'll keep with this particular discussion right here, Chairman. Again, the solution is what I'm trying to aim at. But I mean, if we say that the nation is receiving 1.8 billion, I mean, how is it that we're going to be prepared for it? But the hiring process will be lengthy, so that's why I'm
Honorable Begay. Honorable Begay. Honorable Begay. Honorable members of RDC. Under E, we have Dr. Yellowman and Ms. Jim Martin that will be presenting. In that portion of the agenda, they can provide the number of people from each chapters that have submitted, how many people that need water and electricity, and how many of those people have home site leases and pending the application process. So, Akwagishi, Dr. Yellowman, Yen Histrido, Asto, Nike, Yen Hitkodo, Nataquila, the Quila, Nikitane, Akibetot, and Dot, Atin the Kitchen Christobatia eat Ehiki, the home site leases, the Hollow. I thought that's a one as Nilent go. Or after Nal sources faded later, a joke horn died the Kidigi at a Kokoro. Honorable Begay, are you still on the line? Are you back on the line with us? A Kodikoro, Mrs. Nahazna, D. RDCMY 53-18. Karon siya got it aki no. Yaha. Ahot abaka. The full exhibit F should be waived for 65 and older adult veterans that are honorably discharged. Johot ay behaotzi. Ako asati peso. Shuidot as Nikidanesa. The peso and dona Nishpatan as Suzuki. It as a peso, but the Jado Nisco Aja survey, land survey, Gipabik as Lado Le Jo Koran Dide Kidiki Cross Tsalia Hatzi. Ne Hidanella. And a lot of our people are without water and electricity. So contractors that could have hired Aliago surveyor than Lenigishin Nanish Edek Onshin Stopiga. Ado the cut ego ha do don't ago nash for that on next. So, Honorable Begay, are you back on the line?
Chairman.
Go ahead.
Okay. I was just concluding to say that I think all these policies in place, tracing. I guess that maybe it's a time for the RDC to review that. Other than that, right now, I'm sure it's legitimate for a person to file in court to say that, well, it has only has on the go the subject behind out a inch kid no in had Peter Kasiki hold no got out and sen what end the shinkudo and hit nan didn't look it out, not just only them, the veterans and the 65 on over, but everyone, each person, each Navajo that's wanting power line and water line hit all the Ecuador public and how much funding and how much resource is needed for us to be prepared. And then the other question, and I always, again, I'll continue to ask this question, and I've asked this to NTUA. Okay, how much money is needed? How much money would be needed right now? If should we drop legislation to say that this is how much we're going to get funding out of any other available funds within the Navajo Nation government, and let these work continue in the in that upper funding based on the article. Maybe that's another way that land department, GLAD, and then HPD Sato, in order for us to do our part in getting the home site lease prepared for individuals. This is how much resource and this is how much money that we would need right away to get things going. that way, maybe we could pass legislation during the upcoming summer session, which is the third week in July. I don't could that hold just legislation that's a drop it down yard. Ko aro ta ko belana hatol just not the peso even we know that it's going to be appropriated for this type of funding. This could have been done earlier rather than later. So it would up a nana seat of the chairman.
Honorable Begay, Hashto Nesto, Avi, Yasibin Yakoron, Hard Town, Nabkiel, Lahot out or Lesto, what are Joeolia, Koro, expedited services, Koro, Donant Ago, Ida, Koro, Nas Koro, Nate, and Latin, and Hidden Net, Lanans and Gate Hoya, which you Koro, Nate, streamlined process. Egg Ido Kuroshin Behes Ani what out only. So Mr. Halona, Ms. Yazi, and everybody that's listening, I believe we do need to come up with a budget. We're in dire need of staffing, not only for compliance officers, staffing to have a lot of these proposals that need to be processed through the Land Department and GLAD and other offices. Number 4, the recommendations. We'll have that discussion there. Are there any other questions or comments for Mr. Begay or Ms. Jeremiah? Atanya, Kashaya, Diga Sakada Isnil, NTUA, ISTO Division of Community Development, Aron the BIA. So next will be a NTUA requirements for water electric services, referral procedures for Navajo families without home site lease documents. Mr. Kuntz and Arash Malimi, you have 15 minutes. Press star 6.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, we submitted a draft of our comments, but to get directly to this line item, basically we're taking applications in 2 different formats. The main one is individual residential homes. We have we're titling it LUN3 because we're still soliciting outside voluntary help to minimize the costs and try to stretch the dollar as much as possible. But that LUN3 or electric project would be funded by ARPA. It's in our proposal that's come before you all. And the limit on that is the mile or less, and we're targeting that because that's the shortest right-of-way process using a service line agreement that allows us to get right-of-way as quickly as possible. The other reason is that you want to stretch your dollars and serve as many homes as possible. So that's what we're offering, and it's an open application. So we're receiving applications. We're also facilitating applications from homes that are not within our service territory. So Jemez, APS, Continental Divide, Socorro, any of those that are on Navajo, we will take customers' applications from them, and we'll work with those entities to get them served as well. For community lines where there's an extension serving a group of homes or a series of homes, those are what we call community projects, and those are kind of going through the normal process. They will require the TAA which is a little bit more involved. And you have heard today about all the sub clearances, such as ARC and Bio and things like that, that have to be done in addition. And I think Mr. Begay, Richard Begay with HPD, made it clear that for each of those, you have to pay for those qualified services to do those surveys. And once the survey is done, then that's submitted to the regulating bodies of HPD and Fish and Wildlife, and they review those, and then they issue the clearance, the actual cultural compliance and the biological compliance certifications. Once you have those two, and you have a legal survey, you package that up and it goes through the review process. Again, the SLA is a little bit shorter, there's a few less steps. The TAAs have to go through the little bit longer process. But there has been some gained efficiencies, at least in the processing portion. Sub-clearances are still very much the same. So residential, or what people sometimes refer to as scattered individual home power line projects, applications open, and in community projects, typically we go through working with chapters and others to get those projects put together. The same is happening with our water line.
Mr. Combs, could you raise your volume on your phone, please? Thank you.
Okay, I am calling in by phone, not through the Zoom thing. I couldn't get on there, but let me try a little bit, raise my voice a little bit. The water lines are basically the same. It's an open application, and it's limited to a half a mile, and that also is for trying to spread the dollars as much as possible, but more so, you can't extend the line too far with one customer because you don't get the turnover in the water, and there's a potential that the disinfection could dissipate over longer lines. So that's really the main reason for that. But and then for both of those two projects, for power, if they're over 2 miles, and for water, if they're over a mile, we are providing solar proposal, also beginning the applications for solar for those homes that are too far from power line. And then during CARES Act, we're continuing into the ARPA request, a cistern project with a 1,000-gallon tank septic system, and those we're planning to do about 300 over the 36-month period. So those are the basics, qualifications, and again, it's mainly just to try to stretch the dollar and serve as many homes as possible. And that's the basic process. Again, those are in our proposals for funding. We are moving ahead and working on the clearances on as many of those as possible, and have an expectation or the hope that the projects will be approved and we can recoup those costs. Otherwise, if we get clearances in right of ways, as always, there's funding avenues, smaller scales, but we're constantly trying to get projects cleared so that we can look for whatever dollars are available to serve them. And we're moving forward with the clearance process. We're not waiting on that. So that's where we are with the service projects, as far as water and electric. I have other comments regarding some of the suggested changes, but I'll leave it to you, Mr. Chair, on when you'd like us to go through those. Open for questions.
Mr. Combs, you have 15 minutes between you and Mr. Arish Alemi.
Okay. Well, let me go through our comments. We sent them to you all. I don't know if Shami got them distributed. I did send a copy directly to you, Chair. The first one was staffing. I think you've already mentioned that. HPD, Fish and Wildlife, and GLAD have in the past put together proposals. I have seen them. I don't have them in possession, but I think those could be updated. I think it's important to include resources with not just the bodies, but the resources. It's been stated that some of the departments have lost some funding, and some positions were lost with that funding. So not only does that need to be replenished to get them back to what they have, but they also need increases in staffing in order to process the packages as they come in and go, so they don't stack up. So I think it would be good to solicit an updated plan from each of those departments for consideration. We're proposing at least a discussion to consider the size of a project, whether it has significant impact being on the environment, on the biology, and you may always have cultural resources underground, so those are a consideration. But residential services are usually pretty minor. We have not really seen any damages from building residential lines. No animals or biology were damaged to a point of no return, and the environment was not impacted in any kind of substantial way, simply because they're too small to have that big of an impact. So we would suggest a strong consideration from all reviewing bodies to consider a exclusion by category for residential services. And if that's possible, then you may be able to get by without going through those processes for residential services. The third one is the no consent for underground or overhead residential. And the basic premise there is once you build it, you construct it underground, it's a temporary disruption. Overhead is temporary during construction. Once it's completed and in the ground and in service, the grazing can continue on the surface without interruption. And we feel that there's really not a loss of property or function as far as grazing for underground and overhead. I believe Ms. Yazzie submitted a proposal previously that we had consulted with them on, but it also included some things that were withdrawals like lagoon systems and things like that. Those are land that is taken away because they're fenced in. So we drafted a revised version that only calls for underground and overhead because there isn't a takeaway and it's just a temporary disruption. So that's got a couple of sponsors, and it's already kind of been dropped in the process and is under review. But it is different than the proposal that was submitted in 2018. It's been reduced a little bit in scope. The fourth is the acceptance of home site lease applications. Land Department allowed that during the CARES Act. As long as they had an application, they could show us the receipt. We were allowed to process a right-of-way and get utilities there. The difficulty came after the project was done. Everyone trying to determine who was responsible for following up with the homeowner to ensure that they finalized their home site lease. So I think going forward, if we have that kind of exception, we just need to make sure that it's clear who's responsible for the follow-up with the homeowner. And we like Mr. Halona's suggestion about getting those costs paid, the cost of the archaeology, the cost of the biology, those things that are required to clear a home site are a cost to the customer. The cost for the archaeologist to get out there and do a survey, and for a biologist to get out and do a survey, those are each costs that the customer has to pay at this time, or to get a legal survey, and they have to pay for that. So it can get into the four figures, $1,000 or $1,500 to get all three of those done. So if that could be paid for through ARPA for those homes, if we could do the application and then give them government assistance in facilitating the clearances after the fact to legitimize home sites, then a home site application would make that more efficient as it did during the CARES process. So I listed there most of the things that cost dollars. There is a fifth bullet, and right now the current law requires that each person have a home site in their name specifically. Federal law only requires landowner consent. So we're suggesting that, if possible, for consideration to step back to the lesser of those two, and as long as you have the landowner's consent, that you could serve an additional home on a home site. So those are things we're discovering in the application process. You have different family members living on the same home site. according to the current law, Navajo Nation law, they'd have to either move off that home site and get their own home site, or they would have to split that home site and go through the processes to do that. So we're suggesting that you fall back to the current federal law that only requires that the actual landowner give consent, and that you don't have to have the home site in their respective name, just for your consideration. The BIA has a database of all the permittees, and before you can go get consents, you have to make a request to get the landowners in that area or region, and that goes through a process to the nation, then from the nation to BIA, and that process comes back, and eventually you get a name and a contact, and a lot of those contacts are outdated, so it's quite a chore to try to track down the landowners and the permittees, and that goes through the process of getting consent. So one suggestion was to have the nation request BIA give them the database, so to eliminate having to go back through the BIA to get it. And if the nation had the database, they could look at it directly, and they could also make an effort to update it and bring contact information current. The sixth item is NEPA also requires a construction permit. And again, there we're asking that resources work with NEPA, Navajo EPA, to see if individual services are significant enough to require going through a whole permitting process. For every home, they want a location, a name, a filled out application, goes through the process, you pay a fee for a permit, and then eventually get a construction permit. So it's another process you have to go through to get permission to construct. So we're asking if they would consider those projects of no significant impact and waive those permits for residential services. Number 7, the one-stop shop. I think it's a great idea. We do support it. But if there's not a change in the process and everybody under that one roof is still using the old bulky, lengthy processes, then it won't help to have them under one roof. So I think all these processes need to be revisited, whether they're put together in one shop or whether they're still managed separately. We do need the changes. On the electronic process that Ms. Yazzie spoke of, I don't know if it does it now, but one of the suggestions in envisioning the electronic process was that those packages, when they're uploaded, would go simultaneously to all the reviewers. And then the next step was to require an electronic timeout. So X number of days for them to comment. If they didn't comment, then it would go ahead and move on for approval. So that put a fixed timeline on the review process, did the processes in parallel, and so you had a specific timeline you could plan on getting through the process and get to the approved portion. So those are still things that we think should be done so that it's managed from a time standpoint. And so that concludes our recommendations. I did talk a little bit about the qualifications, or what we're considering qualifications is mainly for cost efficiency, serve as many homes per dollar, and for the time efficiency, getting shorter lines that require shorter process. And then reaching out and using the other providers, we will work with them to serve people that aren't on an N2A system, and then to reach those that are beyond our system with solar and system projects. So that concludes our recommendations, and you all do have them in your hands at this point, so we'll open for questions at this point. Arash, I don't know if you want to add anything.
Thank you there, Mr. Combs. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any questions, comments for N2A? Nanta, Naidos Kiddish.
Chairman Keelan.
Honorable Begay, go ahead.
I'm just trying to give some time for my other colleague to see if they have if they have questions. I asked to speak maybe a little bit, 10 seconds or 15 seconds after your announcement. But Dikudo into A it leads back to the programs that the Navajo Nation has. There's some recommendation. The number one, Nikki Enterprise is making a recommendation on behalf of the Navajo Nation program. Maybe go back to these programs. Building. I think the education Department of Education has that small auditorium that could be utilized for the next 2 years for some, or even setting up the other recommendation is setting up a remote rather than having an end-to-end reviews. I'm not sure who would be the person, but it probably has to go through these the Navajo Nation programs to establish those reviews to be done. And I do like the recommendation that if they're not making any comments on certain areas, there's a timeout within 5 days. But I think the 164 process already has that in place, that the programs have to review or get this out not more than 5 days. Even just that itself, it's just assigned to 3 or 4 programs. I mean, that's like a good whole month of this particular document to be moved, to be finalized. Programs okay, what is it that you and Hitan go out of the electronic review process establish Elia Bonet Zanla to Ashindat be that in some Haban case store the the number 7 the one-stop shop concept it won't help maybe elaborate more on it. I think that, to me, I would think that would be more effective because everyone is under one roof. Or virtually everyone will be under one roof. Technology, the Shiniki. I mean, certain process. All these individuals that are could all get on the webcam or go virtual and talk about it and get these things going. That's it. I think the Navajo Nation program should be more effective in these virtual meetings now, because we've been doing this for the past a year. The year that's it, yeah. Set up at that Jila, that's a net Johnson. Although into a what they're offering, Nikki, I believe that there shouldn't be a limit on where, how far the nearest line is, because that, I mean, the whole 27,000 square mile of Navajo reservation, and into A is our entity, but yet they limit the services to only certain mile. I mean, if it's getting off the reservation, then I could understand that, or even if it's within the checkerboard area. The process of doing things like that is understandable. or if we're going to run a line across the Navajo or the Hopi Reservation, that's a different story as well. But if it's within the Navajo Nation, I don't think the NTUA should set a limit of how far that they need to run this particular service line agreement. At least maybe start off with 5 miles or 4 miles. The other area that I'm asking the NTUA to include in their service of when requesting for funding is that a lot of the Navajo people have upgraded some of their homes. They've probably added 1 or 2 bedroom, or now they have updated, improved equipments, or they like washer, especially washer and dryer. Other newer appliance that you bet meter box there's one person that I know from my area is being told that you need $15,000 just to upgrade your meter loop. $15,000. The national bagan this is a mobile home. Bait and ego go 15,000. Not upgrade all that, but this person was told that he has to pay $15,000, and now he's resorting to the chapter to say that if NTUA is able to utilize these funding coming from DC level to upgrade their system, their transfer stations, or whatever you call them. All these poles and lines are being upgraded, but yet NTUA, because you're I think that there should be funding appropriated. Like, I don't know how many people would need transformer be upgraded. And even some of these street lights, street light. And I'm sure you'll respond back to say that that's responsibility of the homeowner. Well, I could say that to you, that these equipments and all of that is the responsibility of NTUA, but you're taking advantage of the Navajo people of upgrading your equipment and upgrading your infrastructure. So all I'm saying is that, can you help our Navajo people to upgrade a lot of these meter loop or street lights or even new poles at their house? And then stop, and I don't know if this is an appropriate way for me to say this, Chairman, and stop telling people that they need to pay this amount to get their water line, to get power line. Maybe the best way to say that, well, let us take your name, and then we're going to do what we can to include you into our project listing, that we're going to ask for funding to the Navajo Nation Council. Like I said, I forward about 4 or 5 these cost estimate of how many of our Navajo people have applied, and they're being told to pay about $3,000, $4,000, or $5,000. I think the most that I got back was about an $18,000 that our Navajo people have to pay to get electricity. I think, and that's why I'm encouraging my chapters that just keep a tab, a log, a list of individuals that needs water line or power line. Based on the hub into into which let them put them into their budget and requesting for these funding. And then maybe this is a hint to the NTUA that I'll be asking, when you will be asking, the amount to get to include all these funding that our Navajo people is wanting for further power line projects and so on. That's what I'll be standing on when we're beginning to appropriate the upper funding. I believe that the council needs to be aware of that, and that we're here to the Nahiki or Navajo people, and that based on halit ala to satobe baka nelieda programs ni kliniki to anla tawas saga hotsan the audit op or na base or ajbe not on shigit aj or you or nan tolle. So there'll be limited or less funding that's going to go directly to our Navajo people. So it is to koto aj I don't know what was the best way, what's the appropriate way for me to talk about it. But she gets a yet hit dog is a height in Hanoshi has she that's in the dog Schneider. George Jobe get the dog teen. Jobe and that never kite you was a kid of a kite or was a kid of a papa yesterday. So all I'm asking from NTUA is that do all you can that, I mean, with this amount of funding, I mean, I would think that we have completed and concluded connecting electricity to the Navajo people at the moment, but I know it will be an ongoing because we have a newborn. Tik at the weight and Lindigi had the shinkla. Hawanana Tleko go the shin the banada who is later that Ada but not done hit Nasa then took at 400,000. If that is the case, but just imagine if we have 400,000 Navajos living on the Navajo Nation, how many more homes that we would be needing. That hacking happen so case as shown the NTUA no Senegi such every single day and every week. Now long email. I do send it over, that's just for the record at the same time. But then I don't know what end. So I then should not that we receive your email, we acknowledge your email, don't need a then store. Did yesterday that's up in a lot of our programs, don't respond back to me anymore. Because the last 3 emails that I've sent to NTUA, I never received anything back. So, but nonetheless, I'll continue as long as I'm in this position. I'll continue to voice my issues and concerns to the programs on behalf of Navajo people, especially the 5 chapters that I represent. But at the same time, I do appreciate what you're doing, and I'm sure you're doing your best, but it's just the frustrations of, especially with the heat, especially with the drought that we're in. A lot of our Navajo people are going on their daily chores is just to bring water back to their homes for cooking and maybe for health. For any other purpose. I believe that the whole no such a toyan da ye the door other that destu go. I believe about 98% of us are sitting in a home or in the office and don't the destu go did us. I see. Imagine some of our Navajo people don't have electricity and how they're dealing with the heat for the next several weeks. So those are some areas I believe that the programs and even myself, a lot of time I direct myself the question back to me. Did sato ko obayan skila halit ala da be hitet nato halit ala de sato ileta sato onan so da ejana na skila sto ko oba hasilet ani satara la atol nisto atol nisi khela atol nisa ona satnaz nitsi sto ko do behnana sikula chairman ko do into engine snag bin na.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Mr. Kuntz. NTUA.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm here. I'm just going through the unmuting process. Thank you, Honorable Kealan Begay. I hear everything you're saying, and you said it very well. It's very direct. It's very straightforward, and I understand your logic. I think we're more than willing. You know, I'll take back to my management here and express to them the concerns that were raised. Yeah, it's just trying to get as many homes served for the dollar as possible, but that's not a fixed position. It's just trying to be as efficient as we can and get as many homes as we can get served. If we're all in agreement, you know, and I'll convey this back to my management that if we want to go beyond you know, the short lines and try to just as they come in the door, I'll convey that message to them and see how they respond. As I said, it's just trying to stretch the dollar as far as you can for the most homes that you can. And you know, we're estimating 14,000 homes without power. You know, our ARPA right now is looking at about 3,000 to 4,000 homes. That's you know, about 30% of what we feel is out there that needs to be served. That's the limit of our proposal. You know, everybody's been going through this process of trying to bring in something reasonable because there are multiple needs beyond power lines and water lines, other services that people are asking Navajo Nation Council for. But it really is in the leadership's hands on what types of projects get reviewed and approved. And if we want to spend more on services, we'd certainly have lists beyond what we submitted. You know, we set aside projects knowing that there may be an infrastructure bill coming. On the water side, there is some BIA infrastructure money, there's some IHS infrastructure money where we're entertaining those agencies so that we can get some of that dollar and add a few more homes wherever we can find the funding. So we're dedicated to trying to serve as many homes as we can. How we approach it, that's still something that you know, you all and N2A need to talk about and come to an agreement on what should be the limits and or there are no limits. You know, whatever the this committee and the rest of council gives as guidance and direction. I will carry that message back to our management here, and I heard loud and clear what Honorable Kiel Mbege is saying, and I do understand his logic, and I can validate that. Yeah, it's reasonable logic. There are some decisions to be made, so I'll stand with that. I do think the one-stop shop is a good idea. I just want to make sure that we still work on streamlining the processes. I think in my write-up I did call for trying to understand what the process is within the nation to get a department like that established and started. What's the review and approval process? What's the chain that you go through? I'd love to participate with anyone who wants to try to move that forward and bring it to reality. Because I've heard other delegates say we've been talking about it, but it's not coming together. And somewhere there has to be a pathway to bring it together and make it start physically happening. And I'm not sure who would have the pathway or knows the pathway, but I do support it. I think it's a good idea. Being outside the nation in the enterprise, I'm still more than happy to participate in any work group that can find a way to start moving that towards reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kuntz. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any questions for NTUA?
Chairman Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, colleagues, staff. Sorry, I'm on two other calls at the same time. I have chapter meeting at Standing Rock and another chapter meeting White Rock. So my as well as this meeting going on as well. So thank you, Shantae. Mr. Koontz, and I know there was some questions, I guess, brought up by my colleague, Honorable Begay, as well as, you know, how are we going to look at prioritization of projects. And you know, I think we really need to ensure that we work closely with our chapters and identifying who is in specific need. And this comment goes to you know, the departments and the divisions as well. The chapters are the frontline resource, and they know who is in need. And I think when we start creating our own lists and start putting forth our own information, it kind of gets confusing. And I guess I'm talking in terms of water, and OEH is on the line as well. And you know, we really need to make sure that we abide or work with our chapters closely on identifying those populations that can benefit from, you know, these types of projects. Water is everything. Water is, when we can bring water to a home, it changes a life, and it enhances a life. When we're able to bring a commode and a bathtub and a sink to a home, it changes lives. And you know, especially with COVID, and you think of the sanitary uses, I always think of and I always remember growing up and having to wash in a wash basin, you know, and a bar soap was right there and a towel, and having to wash your hands right next to the door, and changing out that water every time a couple times after you use it. But you know, we need to ensure we do our best to, you know, bring that essential resource, to our people. And if it means looking at wavering laws or amending laws or changing policy, you know, as policymakers, that's our job, Shananta. We can make these changes, but yes, they're going to be big changes, and it's going to take a lot of work. But how do we look at this whole picture? Because all these laws were written in the past, and it seems like they, you know, when we need them to work, or when we need them not to work, but when we need them to help us during this time, especially when we have a timeline or when we're up against a time crunch, you know, it seems like they work against us. So how do we make these changes that, you know, God forbid, should we ever have to come across, should not we have to ever come across a pandemic again? And, you know, 100 years, these pandemics come every 100 to 200 years. The last one was the Spanish flu. But how do we prepare ourselves for the future if we ever have another pandemic? And it's modernizing, it's capturing, it's bringing, you know, just basic essentials to our people. And everyone has a right to water, and everyone has that ability should have that ability to have it. You know, I guess I kind of got off track there, Chairman, but and colleagues, but how do we start addressing these needs? And, you know, for me, I really rely on my chapters, my 8 chapters, and the CXRs, and even the Daltex teams. That's another resource. They know who is in dire need. They know who are the elders that need help. Who are the elders that have leaky roofs? Who are the elders that need weatherization? Who are the high risk patients? Who are the multi-generational homes? Who are the single parent families trying to make ends meet? You know, there's so many instances that we can think about, but I think it all comes down to where do we get the information from? So I want to encourage NTUA. I want to encourage all the divisions and programs. Let's really work with our chapters and get these information, get one information, not multiple informations, but I know divisions or programs may have, and departments may have different lists from what chapters have. Maybe at some point we need to have a reconciliation of those lists and cross-reference them. That way we ensure that our people, every one of them are given an opportunity to get water, electric, bathrooms, just the three components that everyone should have access to. It's hard when you have to hear our people talking about hauling water or going through multiple generators or having to work to build outhouses. And that's the reality of the world that we currently live in, Shantai. COVID really exposed a lot, and it exposed a lot of our vulnerabilities. It really brought out our vulnerabilities, and us not being prepared for anything like this. Unfortunately, it cost 1,300 lives. But just a little word of encouragement, Chairman and my colleague Shantai. Let's work together and really cross-reference these lists and reconcile these lists. That way everyone is served that needs it. Edia, thank you, Chairman.
Honorable Freeland, I didn't hear you ask any questions, so Honorable Majorities. Honorable Freeland?
Chairman, I'm sorry. I did ask a question in the beginning. It was really to Rex, but to other departments, if they can answer it at some point, but in OEH as well. If there's a way we can utilize lists with chapters or reconciling those lists that chapters have versus their lists that they're provided. Thank you, Chairman.
Honorable Freeland, we have DCD that will present and talk about some of these issues, and we also have IHS on the line with us, so they can probably answer during that time. Abiga here.
Chairman.
Oh, Abiga.
Okay. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chairman and committee members. Although our legislative staff, although the presenters, each of the presenters, thank you for the presentations, the information. Although to NTUA, Chairman, let me. I have this very important call I have to answer right now. I apologize.
Okay, we'll come back to you. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any other comments or questions?
Mr. Chair, this is Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see that back here in Ecuador talking about home site leases, home site lease regulations that are in Ecuador 2016 home site lease regulations that we had ICC Ecuador the 23rd Navajo Nation Council Ecuador RDC year last legi a coco sao chin o year but in that and chin sao do amend that and that ya should be on that some for the about first case for the when 23rd Council Ecuador RDC year last legi da aya ba sao di claro data the legislation challenge for the to rescind 2016 home site lease regulations that at that time RDC that they need because a year of street mesh that's a small call yes vehicle so adults rather but the data but nevertheless could the data 1.8 billion to Ecuador to Ecuador families, individuals, veterans, Aronana, disabled and then again he just khasni kodo da bichen da hazegi aro da shas you go na great aye go kodo one day in then again ako dona kodo na great they have homes but they don't have home site leases. So the discussion today is how can we help these individuals, the ones that don't have home site leases, to get them water and also electricity. Utilizing the 1.8 billion kodona greta harita public equity nation harita ya as ani that is nila the nation kodona greta working together kodona greta all morning kodona. I haven't heard anything about data that is nation. I don't have the data called maybe we can waive some laws kodona greta to waive the home site lease ADG what other but the honest otherwise it's like this kodo. So moving forward today as we're speaking it's so hot. What that's do I don't know that kodo ya hot the kodo throughout the Navajo Nation. Maybe some people are in their homes. It's air conditioning is a baby or that Ecuador, but some homes don't have electricity, don't have the luxury. ADGIC, especially our elders, Kodo. How can we help our elders? I don't know, Kodo. Just like what my brother, Delegate Freeland, alluded to, Nagay Deltec, senior centers throughout the Navajo Nation. They know who don't have electricity. They know who don't have running water. The elders, okay. So ADG ayak kilabache the dika. So do. Kalita that the nation so ya kodo no AIC kodo. But kain sa kodo. Akon the chajo say the hot kodo. So kodo measure kodo moving forward. The from the Navajo Land Department. Kodo my brothers are shop kodo no land department as the initiated is ya to bohane plan dollars out from BIA or that what that's a high so we at the end of the day we'll have a direction, we'll have a at the end of our meeting we'll have a direction on what to do. Maybe drop a legislation to waive some of these laws maybe or amend some of these laws. So area I keep a hospital, but Kodota Haneta Yagi Kodota has on it in the great Navajo Nation historic preservation, the RA Kodo aid kitchen the house our land department on kitchen the house. I really appreciate their presentation Kodo. But the great Kodo moving forward we're gonna get reports from presentation from community development corruption Dr. Yellowman Kodo Arashi Kodo maybe at the end of the day Kodo I see I see the data that is niche at the end. So it is what about Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Let me go back to Mr. Kuntz in TA.
Good afternoon. I think with regard to Honorable Freeland's question, we do collaborate somewhat with IHS. They have their sanitation deficiency system, and there's a lot of people, government entities that use that system to capture data. It was originally designed for their purpose, so their qualifications and ranking all have to do with the 86121 program. But EPA and others use that system that captures projects and homes, even including solid waste projects. So I think there is the potential to collaborate our databases and line them up. And during the CARES process, we work very closely with DCD, and we tried to share data, although I think with our information systems, it may not be as compatible, but we can try to collaborate data. I know the IHS system, it's very hard to use when you're trying to pull data and extract certain things when you're not using it for the purpose that they use it for and how it's designed. So when we needed to find cistern homes eligible, we did go through and work with them to get those homes defined, and then we used some criteria to sort through that list. Once we had a list, we could sort through and manipulate the data ourselves. So we do collaborate with them. I think I didn't capture all of what Honorable Daniels was covering, but I did hear, the home site lease and working through that. It really boils down to that. Just to give you kind of some perspective with regard to home site leases. On the water application process, we have received 1,289 applications. Of those 1,289, we've only validated 7 that have a full, complete home site lease. So a lot of them don't have a home site lease, or they're living on someone else's home site lease, or they're still in the process, or some are living in a home, been in that home forever, multiple generations, and just don't have a home site lease, never went through that process. So, we're encouraging them to get through the process. For those that are almost through it, I'm encouraging them to try to get that finished so we can move them into the eligibility stream. But that just gives you a picture, less than 10% actually have a valid home site lease with all the attachments, the ARC and the bio and everything. So you have all those potential homes that we're going to run into some sort of a problem getting a clearance to build a line to them. So, it is definitely a real problem, and it's a big problem that needs to be, we need to find some avenues to get through that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kuntz. Let me go back to Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Yes, Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. Chairman and committee members and staff, and then listeners, although presenters, ETUA, Mr. Kuntz. 2 of my chapters are served by Arizona Public Service. So out in the our area, southwest and western part of Navajo Nation, maybe because we're located on the edge of the Navajo Nation and therefore in close proximity to the APS infrastructure, utility infrastructure. A question related to that. So I know, based on your report today and previous reports, and I know the level of commitment from NTUA into the utility service delivery for our people, and then helping to build, the nation through infrastructure development, and of course with our people in mind. We don't have that many calls with other utility companies, so maybe this question is for them, and I don't know, but I would like NTUA to speak to that. So the level of commitment for services, although building infrastructure on the Navajo Nation from these other utility companies, what can we expect as far as their long-term commitment, do you suppose? And then the collaboration between NTUA and these other utility service providers. Are you encouraging them to build more infrastructure? Are you assisting them in building more infrastructure as well, or is it the other way? Because NTUA is also interested in, the infrastructure development of its own system. Maybe you can speak to that, like an idea, because, like I said, two of my communities are served by APS. I don't know what the ongoing relationship is. And again, colleagues on the line have referenced how the pandemic has brought clear in different perspectives, or clearer perspectives, what the need is, what the challenges are, what we're facing. And then with the ARPA opportunities, it helps us to be more determined, like we're sounding today. And with everyone's help, of course, our entities, enterprises, and our own divisions, let's really make these things a reality. The development of more infrastructure. So back to my earlier statement about the APS relationship with NTUA, what is that like? Are you more or less encouraging them to build more, or is it the other way, where you need to build more into these areas that are out here, Southwest and Western communities? Hey, yeah, that's my question, Chairman. Thank you.
Chair Walker. Mr. Contz?
Thank you, Honorable Walker and Chair. As far as our relationships with these other enterprises, electric industry is very service territory oriented, and everybody has their claim service territory, and it's understood that you don't encroach on someone else's service territory. And if you're to do that, you have to give them the first right to serve those people. And if they have first right of refusal and they refuse to serve them, then it allows you to encroach. So that's a little adversarial, but we've been trying to work with them. I think during the CARES Act, we did collaborate a lot more and probably strengthen our working relationship with these organizations. The way it sets at this point, they customers in their service territory, we find them, if they apply, we communicate with a point of contact within the other company, and they work towards the design and also the construction. We manage the CARES and would be ARPA money now, and get them funded and award it to them like they were a contractor, so to speak. We would not build and touch their system. They normally do not want you touching their system and building off of it. So there's kind of a mutual understanding of minimizing liabilities there. But we do get those processed with them in collaboration, and we will do the clearance process to try to get those homes served, because they see the same bulky process from their point, so they don't often do that. Many of them have kind of a common policy that if someone wants their services, they have to go get their own right-of-way, and if they get their own right-of-way, then they'll build them. So we are getting the process done so that we can get those homes cleared. Then they construct it, and we just manage the dollars and the award from that standpoint. The long-range picture, years ago we took all of CDC on the Arizona side, and when New Lands was acquired, we took over that whole electrical system from CDC. They kept the New Mexico side, but it's not without reason that we would accept that. We have approached Hamas at times to take over facilities on Navajo, but we've never gotten to a point where we had some sort of an agreement with them. And as you all know, recently we took over Rocky Mountain Power, so now we have that power in the Utah area, and there's a lot of unmet needs there that had sat idle for quite some time for all those same reasons. Just a long drawn process and people not wanting to do that. But in the APS side, we've had several campaigns to try to take over and buy out APS, and each time we get close and for some reason something comes up and we can't finalize it. But the APS system is a little bit more complex from an engineering standpoint. It's configured to where it'd be difficult to separate the Navajo side from the Hopi side, because APS serves both with one system. And so the goal there would be to take it over and run the whole system, or down the road we find some way of configuring it so that it separates. But we are connected to several of these outside entities, so we have power that flows through them at connection points, and we can also go vice versa in an emergency situation. So we do have the intent, with time, to try to acquire as much as we can within our own boundaries, and because we do know how to utilize the right-of-way processes, we believe that we would be a little bit more successful at trying to get extensions cleared and expand the power to a greater degree than what is happening today. So that's kind of the long-range plan, and we'd have to work towards finding a way to fund it. But that's kind of where we're at with those entities. We do have a general good working relationship with them. And it's just in that industry, everybody has their dedicated service territory, so that kind of creates an understood boundary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coates. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any other questions or comments? I do have a concern, Mr. Coates, as well as Arash Malemi. NTUA, I don't know if it was you, Mr. Coates, you guys drafted a resolution. It's titled Relating to the Resources and Development, Approving the Rescinding of Grazing Permittee Consent Requirements for Public Utilities that include proposed overhead and underground electric, fiber optic cable, natural gas distribution lines, service drops, water lines, sewer lines for the benefit of Navajo Nation and services to its residents. Now, Mr. Kuntz, this was pretty much drafted, probably your shop there. And NTUA bypassed the Oversight Committee, Resources and Development Committee in requesting a sponsor. My question to you is, do you want the oversight support or not? We do have a shareholder representative on NTUA that I believe you should have reached out to, and yet NTUA did not, which tells me by bypassing the committee that you don't need our support. Could you respond to that, sir?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. I apologize if I didn't follow proper protocol. I mentioned that we were looking for changes and ways to make the process go smoother, better, faster for serving these people. And in one of the Navi committee meetings, I had several people contact me directly by text and wanting to see what we had drafted And so I did share the draft. I did make it clear that this was a draft that had to go through the process from what we understand the process to be. And one of them took it to the point of starting the process with the intent that should have come to the committee. It should come to resources. That's where we believe it should be heard and presented. So I apologize if it was misinterpreted. We're trying to bypass you. I didn't. My intent was to go to the Oversight Committee, both because you're our oversight and also because the right-of-way process is under your jurisdiction. So I apologize if there was misunderstanding or that you feel we were trying to bypass you. I was not trying to do that. And I take full responsibility for the draft 100%. As Ms. Elrina Yazzie mentioned, that was a part of a collaboration we did several years back, but the version that she had included some land withdrawals, and that was the main issue, was actually removing an ownership from people. And the underground is we're proposing is just a disruption during construction, and then people can continue to grazing over the top of it. So that was the intent of the redraft, was to try to focus it more on the justification. And it was a draft. It was intended to go through the normal process. And I apologize if it jumped too far into that before we were able to introduce it properly. So, like I said, I'll take 100% responsibility. That was drafted at my hand.
Mr. Coach, we could barely hear you. Could you kind of speak up or turn up the volume, sir?
Okay. Let me repeat. I take full responsibility for that. I did not intend to, I'm not trying to or didn't intend in any way intend to bypass our oversight committee, and also because it is a right-of-way issue and land issue, it does fall also under Resource and Development Committee's approval process. The intent was, the draft was to get to you all to be presented and heard. It was not intended to bypass you in any way. And during the introduction of the concept during a NABI meeting, I had several delegates that contacted me and wanted to see it. I reiterated it was a draft, and one of them chose to be the sponsor, and then we've had another who wanted to co-sponsor. But that was not my intent. I was not going out and soliciting a sponsor, and I did not approach them. They approached me. But I'm not making an excuse. I'll take 100% responsibility for it. And my intent was not to bypass the process. So I apologize for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coates. There is no misunderstanding, I believe, on the part of Resources and Development Committee. We understood clearly the intent of the process. I believe NTUA should know better. And also in the future, any other proposals, be sure to contact our advisor or any of our committee members to sponsor these types of legislations. And for your information as well, I believe that this legislation probably needs to go through the 164 process. It should go through that process in order for it to become a drafted legislation. Ms. Khan, are you still on the line with us? Ms. Khan? Anybody from Office of Legislative Counsel on the line? Ms. Begay, our advisor, could you please contact the Office of Legislative Counsel and to encourage them?
I'm on the line, Mr. Chair.
Laura Lynn, thank you for being on the line. There's a legislation that was requested by NTUA. Perhaps have that legislation be put on hold and have it go through the 164 process before it goes forward, because it needs to be done right. It needs to be reviewed by the reviewers before it goes forward. Ms. Lapahi.
Yes, I think that would be most appropriate to get, especially DOJ's recommendations. And do you know who would be the sponsor?
NTUA should know. They're the ones that I believe drafted it, and they'll probably be the, unless if they go on the record right now and look at somebody from Resource Development Committee. Mr. Kuntz?
Vince James was the one who wanted to sponsor.
Mr. Pop, did you get that?
Yes, Delegate Vince James.
Yes, that's what Mr. Kuntz wants to be a sponsor for NTUA. So thank you for that. Any other comments or questions? Shananda, honorable members of RDC. None. We'll right along IHS. We have with us from IHS Rachel Brown and I believe David McDonald. Ms. Brown.
Hello, this is
Ms.
Rachel Brown. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, hello. David McDonald, are you on the line? Just thought I'd ask.
I'm also here.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for inviting us to this meeting today. We're here to provide information on the homeowner application process. And at this time, I'll go ahead and defer to Dave because he knows a little bit more about the process. Thank you. Dave, do you mind sharing?
Yes, Mr. McDonald.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and the members of the committee. We just learned about this call this morning, and we didn't really have anything prepared. But it appears that the question is regarding our application process. I'm not quite sure exactly what the committee wants to hear, but we do have a homeowner application process. I'm not sure if that's exactly what the question is, but we do have a homeowner application, just as NTUA alluded to. They have an application process or application form that they received for ARPA funds. We have a similar form that we use for all of our projects when a person, a homeowner, is requesting IHS service, water, sewer. We have a 3-page form. It's quite simple, actually. There's really only 2 pages of information that we gather from the homeowner. The 3rd page is really just a blank page where they can draw a map of where their home's located. So really all we need really from the homeowner is that application filled out with a signature, and it gives us a lot of information that we need to process that request to put the person on a project for water or sewer facilities. It asks for personal information, questions about their home, what they need, what they're requesting. So that form is available. We have a PDF file. We've been giving it to chapters for many years. Many chapters have those copies on hand. So when someone walks in the door and needs that, they can give that to them. We also
have given those electronic files out to people recently to DCD and for distribution. So I'm not sure if that was the question, but we'd be happy to share that particular form with everyone. You know, and that leads to a much bigger, I think, question about how do we get everyone, how do we get people served with water and sewer facilities? And it is a very complicated process, as we've heard this morning and this afternoon about all the different, you know, processes, the rights of way, the ARC clearances, all the NEPA requirements. There's a lot that has to go into a project for providing water to a home. A lot of it does have to do with money. You know, the IHS, as Rex stated, and I think we've talked about this many times on many different conference calls on what IHS does with our lists, our sanitation deficiency system, our STS list. We update that list every year. We try to identify homes in need and put them on a project and put a cost to that project. And you know, it was originally intended to provide all that information to Congress to provide IHS with funding. And we do get, this year actually we're getting about $36 million to address those kinds of projects. And we're working on that right now, where we're trying to fund all those projects by October 1st. But in addition to that, we have many funded projects that the Navajo Nation also has provided funding for in years past through CSN and PTF. And we have many active projects, over 900 active projects on our list that we're trying to either design or construct or close out. So we have a very heavy project workload, and you know, the Navajo Nation is now I guess grappling with the idea of like $1.8 billion in ARPA funds. And IHS will also get some ARPA money that will come directly to our agency. And we're going to have to, you know, fund more projects on that SDS list as we can. We are limited with our staff. And that's probably the biggest bottleneck we have, is that we don't have the resources to design and manage that much workload, excuse me, in the next 3 years. So we're very supportive of NTUA and other tribal organizations on building as many projects that are on those lists, and we can share those with everyone. I think we've been providing a lot of that information directly to chapters in providing those applications for ARPA funding. So it's going to be a big challenge. There's a lot of money and a lot of need also. So I don't know if there's any specific questions I can perhaps answer, but I turn it back over to Rachel. Rachel, you want to try and fill in the gaps?
Yeah, thank you, Dave. If you don't mind, Mr. Chair, if I could add some more information to Mr. McDonald.
Go ahead, proceed.
Okay. Yes, like David said, we have a lot of projects, and right now we're working on identifying and getting more people to the positions for IHS. So we have a lot of work to do. We're here to answer any questions. I hope we can answer your questions today, but we're open for questions.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald, as well as Ms. Brown. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any questions or comments?
Chairman.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman and committee members and presenters. Thank you, IHS, for the presentation and information. The staffing needs that were mentioned by Mr. McDonald. What can Navajo do to help or support in addressing staffing needs? We can certainly advocate to whomever the administration or our congressional representatives the need to bring more staffing to Navajo area to assist during this time. That's my question. Thank you.
IHS, your response?
Yes, this is Rachel. Thank you for the question, Delegate Walker. Right now, yes, we've often said we needed more staffing. I understand from my IHS leadership that IHS we're anticipating some more funding for staffing. So that seems to be something favorable, something that seems like it's gonna help us. But there's also a process for hiring more staffing as well, and that's getting people out here to the Navajo Nation to work on the projects that we have. So I think I'll think about some ideas, but we do have some funding. If we have announcements out to available on usajobs.gov, and when those become available, we have advertised some positions, and I'm happy to report that we have some responses to those. So we are getting to those vacancies. Unfortunately, it's just not as fast as we'd all like it to be. So I think the staffing needs is not only felt by our division, which is OEHE SFC, but it's also throughout IHS. So at this time, I think it's right now would be more in recruiting.
Are you done?
Yes, that's all I have to report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Gay, you have the floor.
Chairman, IHS Kudon one area that I always hear directly from my community member who are being denied of a water application process or the water line project, that they're economically not feasible. No. Majority of it is a single home. It's far away. No, so the solution that I'm trying to look for. Again, there's money that's going to be trickling down, and I continue to ask for where the economic feasibility requirement is in place within the policy at federal level. Sadiki Bakati Katli Asahawando Ado Ashlato Stada Sata Coco A Shantota Niniki Gila Haki. I mean, can you direct me to a policy so that I can share that with our Navajo Nation congressional delegation, is that to tell them that this is a reason why a lot of our Navajo people are being disqualified to get a water line. So I guess that's one thing I need to get clarification from IHS. The second one, Nikki, the second one, the GA, when you say resource or staff, the NINIGI, is that at the administrative level or the actual construction? And that brings me the question, Chairman, if NECA is on the line while we're talking about water line extension. This is another area that I do ask a lot of our enterprise that while the funding is here, but I know that NECA is a priority for being Navajo preference, but with all this projects that they have lined up, I believe they're not going to complete it until 10 or 15 years, especially with the process that they have to go through. Can the Navajo Nation, can IHS make recommendations that, is it possible that we have other companies that can get onto the Navajo Nation and also establish some of these waterline projects, same way with NTUA, because as I indicate, a lot of, once the opera funding kicks in, regular funding projects will be kicked back to the end of the line again, because that we going to have a deadline to deal with. No, but not that those regular projects that are funded by the Navajo Nation, which doesn't have deadlines, that will be sent back to the back, and then we're going to, you guys are going to be dealing with the water line. I mean, the deadline projects. No, but not at all. Akoko halet lakodo lack of our are they talking about the administration, or are they talking about the actual project, actual work? Can we ask other to come on to the Navajo Nation to work on these projects? Now, my third question, Nikki, how much can the IHS help? Because a lot of our Navajo people, I don't know what the total number is that needs a bathroom addition to these homes. Again, a lot of our chapters don't have funding, because an average bathroom addition is probably now it's about 10,000, because of the high cost of these lumber. Normally, they always indicate it's about 7,000 to 8,000 for bathroom addition. Now, if a lot of our chapters don't have bathroom addition funding, then we tell the people, tell them that we don't have many fundings and bathroom addition can't be done. Then they lose out and how is IHS advocating for additional funding? Can some of the funding that you guys receive, the 32 plus million that you've indicated, could that be some funding be set aside for bathroom addition material? How much does from each chapter does the IHS knows that they have a tally of numbers of homes that are in need of a bathroom addition? Do they have a dollar? I mean, do they have a data on that? And with that, how much is the bathroom addition is needed across the Navajo Nation? We're trying to budget the opera funding. Let's give this to the chapter and let them complete. Even though chapter base of PP 10 days, nada todo. No, based upon no. So there's several areas that I think IHS really needs to, if they want to do job on the Navajo Nation, and obviously they need to do it, but what they need to ensure, and I know that they're aware of it, because they're the one that makes recommendation to say that this person or this house needs bathroom addition. There are no other chapters that recommend that. Across the Navajo Nation, John Doe Lichtenson. I know there's another area that I always encounter with IHS about water line projects across the Navajo Nation. Did I see go Kodon, Hashinato, Hitnan, Liniki, Kodo, Peso, Hit Alla A Babi, Ben Dil, Nisto, Jobat, It Nissan, so additional Coco, Kodo, IHS, OH, Kodo, Did Abe, Kat, the Chatrut, Hosato, that you know, like Yat, Eto, the Hinson store. Or Lache based on Nantaki, Adam Lache, the SDS listing, there's about 600 listing there. In the Konana store, Dika Dos Ketanet, Ketanet, Halet Alat, Art Ended Kobi Bibi Jego Gosh, as to Alias La Halet Ela, Honet Zanshi, that's instant, the job based Ella Ishan Il Nakishiban, Kodoto, Opahana, the Toto Joe, Nida. Area Kodo, Bahasi, the other areas, Episan AAD, a lot of our Navajo people are being told or being denied of the water line application is because they're being told that you don't live there full time. I mean, I guess it's very obvious that people will move back once these water line and power line gets into play. That's the other thing I think IHS needs to understand. A lot of our Navajo people, yes, they do live at NHA probably or other locations where they have water and power line. So once these are established, I believe that a lot of our Navajo people will be coming back to their homeland. So that's the other thing. I think you guys need to change the policy that you guys are denying people because you tell them that these are seasonal homes or nobody lives there on a daily basis. That does not start. You get all units and then Vindiki, so again, these policies, where does it say? Pinpoint those to me so I can turn around and forward those to our congressional delegations.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Ms. Brown, your response?
Thank you, Honorable Begay, for the questions, and I'll try to answer all of them that I have listed here. So the first one with the policy, sure, we can provide you the information from which our criteria is developed and provided to the field for assessing homes. We can provide that. We have a national criteria that we use, and that one's available online. And we also have the SBS guideline that we use, that is for the Navajo Nation specifically, that we can provide to you. And let's see, the next question is about the resource staffing. So when we say that we're limited on staffing, it's mainly our administrative staff, engineers and technicians out in the field available to do the assessments in the field. So that's what we're identifying when we're saying the lack of staffing. It isn't construction staffing. Let's see the next question. The next question is, we'll go ahead, and because we know that we're limited in our resources, we are going to meet with NECA this week to identify what type of workload could be done by other contractors through NECA. So that's something we're looking at this time. We don't have an answer for that, but we are reviewing that because we do know about the project workload that we face. So we want to go ahead and see if there are other alternatives available to support our work to get water to homes faster. And as the question about the bathroom additions, IHS, our funding does not fund bathroom additions. So that's the first thing. Through each of our projects, we can identify the homes that, the number of homes that need bathroom additions. So the number is identified in each project. And as for the homeowners being denied the application, and we can provide the information to you about the policy and the information that we developed for assessing homes out there to be able to provide and provide funding and maximize the funding so we can provide water to as many homes as possible. And so sometimes there are criteria where the homeowner does have to live in the house and show signs that they are living there. Specifically, we can provide that information to you. And that is all.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Honorable Begay, your follow-up questions?
Chairman, I know the IHS staff are not in position to lobby Congress about funding and so on. But I believe that's where we come in, and also department head over at the DC level. I'm sure Department of Health, whoever is representing the Navajo Nation, making these recommendations to the appropriators up at DC level. It's just like NDOT is being funded for roads, but yet they're saying that, well, we can't do this. This has to be done by somebody. They don't need to ask the chapter to accept for some consent process. Department of Education, well, there's funding for school, but well, parents, you got to provide your own books for your students. So I guess my point is that IHS, maybe that's where the Navajo Nation leadership to argue to the IHS to say that, well, the funding that you appropriate directly to the Navajo Nation for waterline project, there needs to be additional funding for this process just because that we live, I don't know, it's because that we live on a reservation. And this is the situation. And I think that's what IHS or OEH needs to make recommendation officially. I don't know if Ms. So is on the line to make that argument at the higher level, at DC level. Waterline based on not okay to either by the hand and based on delegate me Joe I think that's where IHS needs to start thinking rather than to say that, well, we got the funding and this wasn't done and we can't do anything about it. Maybe that's another factor where somehow that you guys or some of us can be paid if we don't finish our job, then we don't need to get paid for that. Once as we know that we'll be getting our fundings, but yet what we're supposed to be working for it to complete that they now we just let them go and just let it go by or just have these projects just sit idle. Or what the hot I've been asking and I'll probably continue to ask IHS what specific, and I do appreciate some of you coming on to some of the waterline projects that I've been scheduling meetings, some meetings that I've been scheduling with my 5 chapters, but it comes back down, what's the updated listing, how much funding is needed and how much of these waterline projects, these bathroom addition, and then they go further. I mean, they got water line, the power line, so that what comes in and what has to come out, the scenario, then you know that these cistern systems are not attached. A lot of our communities that don't have water treatment or sewage pond, then especially all last year, we told our Navajo people to stay home. So I continue to hear some people saying that they can't afford to pay to have their septic tank to be emptied, or that they can't afford the septic system is 20. It's not each point. Even though the water continues to overflow, so I don't know how IHS I'm sure they'll say that while this wants that, it's the responsibility of the homeowner with this funding that's going to be coming forth. I mean, how is it we can help a lot of our Navajo people with in these situations? Oh, you need to get up on the actually knew what end the based on his what Nahaki to a single a year what that Aggie yard and did give in your other the Nesdale it all let the men didn't give paper cut each Johnson additional and now go a quacky keys out and they what's been implemented, what's been used, and what's been outsourced. Give that the septic system again that you on the house health issue that the need kun harchin that nan diniki you cut the cost of the not the deed out what the control or hard as lego ko that age bend has go and last and never care the one has other so quaggy she took it other na plate of this so it is what banana seat of listening not diniki. So again, I mean a lot of these is very I guess troubling that we don't have a specific in-depth responses. That's the problem that we have. The meeting that Mr. McDonald, we just got the information this morning. Oh no, Shani Binyet that's Banye Kotodi that Nago Quaggy Beach at the Heights Lan. It Shan Ebony meeting that seat Alan Nitrogen seat the oh they cut over hard she not this other that's a hazo but not thoughts that's a hot age Yanana staff and then they give a quaggy keys to this at Mr. Chair. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Gay. Ms. Brown?
Thank you, Honorable Delegate Begay. Yes, we do have the information to provide to you, and we're happy to meet with you to provide more information about the criteria for that understanding. I know it's not it's complex, like Mr. McDonald had said in the past, to provide water service to homes using the criteria and the criteria that were given for the 121 program funds. So yeah, we're definitely we hear you. I'll take this back to my leadership and hopefully we'll come to a solution here with the ARPA funds or with the future funding, the 86-121 program.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any other comments or questions for IHS? Honorable Stewart, you have the floor.
Monday regarding our leadership meeting for today on water. I do have some concerns that were mentioned, that Shania mentioned briefly as well, in the fact with the community residents that we have. in today's projects, I guess, that I was doing today, listening into the conversation and also dealing with some issues within two of the communities. I know that there's this water line project is something that we all need to address. And I know that right now I do have, and this is interesting, it happened today as well, is that I do have a couple of community members in Fort Defiance and also in Sawmill area that have been asking and requesting from both the chapter and from CARES and from NECA to get water since the CARES Act came in. And they've been kind of like pushed towards the back is the way I would see it, or they never got to the projects. And these families keep continuing to get the runaround, it seems, and they're listening in as well to various meetings, and they're trying to figure out what can be done to give them support and give them help. And so right now, in following through with these community members, it's strange that that the water line, with the main water line, would run less than 200 feet from the residents, yet they're being denied, or they're being told that they cannot get it. And that's one thing. And I have another issue with another community member where they have a health condition, they have a health problem, and yet there is nothing being done from IHS. Yes, the Fort Defiance community does have a watering point. So does Red Lake, for the community for domestic use. Yet, these families, they have water not too far from their residence, and yet they can't get the water hooked up with the support of IHS. And that's one thing that I'm looking at as well, is how, in listening to this report this afternoon, and I agree with Shania that, what can we do to make sure that these families get those systems hooked up into their homes for their use? Why is it that, it seems that we're not, there's something that we're missing, or something that needs to be done in collaboration with all the entities involved with water. And I want to make sure that, we try to get something done for these individuals as well. And so that's the comment I want to make, and to see how else can we support each other to get these things done for these two communities. I'm sure the other two communities are as well, but I haven't been made aware of any families in those communities. Just these communities, the Fort Defiance and Sawmill community, where the water lines there, but yet families are being denied assistance from that, and they do have medical conditions as well. That's it, Shana. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Ms. Brown.
Thank you, Honorable Delegate Stewart. Let's see. So the homeowners you're talking about are in the Fort Defiance and Sawmill area. So what you could do is provide that information, and we can definitely review what's been done for them, and then provide a report back about making sure that when they're on the IHS list, we have their homeowner, or we have their application on file, and then we can identify the reason of why they may not be able to be connected to the water line. There are many factors that are involved, and without any information, it's difficult to answer specifically for those homes, but we can review it case by case. So if you would, please forward that information to me, or Mr. McDonald, and we can provide a response to you. And I think that's what I heard is just identifying, making sure that we're not missing any homes during this ARPA funding that's coming in. As Mr. McDonald identified earlier, we are working with NTUA and DCD to cross-check some of the information that's coming in, the homes that need water and also bathroom additions. So we'll do our best to make sure we're not missing anybody, and provide information and a response back to the homeowners as needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Honorable Stewart, do you have a follow-up question?
Shania Chair, Ms. Brown, thank you. I will go ahead and get those names and also the resolutions from the chapters regarding these individuals and other necessary documents for them as well that I can possibly get related to them and forward that to you. It'll either be coming from myself or my LDA, Mr. Timothy Begay. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Also, Mr. McDonald, earlier in your presentation, you spoke of a list that we would like to request for RDC documents of people that are in need of bathroom additions, water lines, and anything related to that, Mr. McDonald.
Mr. Chair, the list I was referring to was the annual SDS list, and that list is of just the projects, the descriptions and costs of the different projects. A project could have as little as 1 or 2 homes on it, or it could have as many as 50 to 100 homes on it or more. So many of those lists, perhaps you're referring to if you're wanting individual homes and names and information like that, we can get that. And as Captain Brown mentioned on bathroom additions, and there seems to be a little bit of misunderstanding about bathroom additions, and maybe I can just clarify quickly that when people talk about bathroom additions, I think a lot of times perhaps they're thinking about the plumbing. The IHS can fund plumbing, which is, the toilets, the sink. It includes all those fixtures, the hot water heaters, the showers. That is something that IHS can fund with certain conditions. But bathroom additions, the actual building of the bathroom addition, the roof, the doors and the walls and all that stuff, we cannot fund that, and we rely on the chapters or others to build those structures. So Kealan Begay, you mentioned bathroom additions, and in this other question about giving you lists of names that need bathroom additions and plumbing, we can do that, but understand that we're kind of we have one hand kind of tied behind our back because we can't build the bathroom additions. So somebody else has to build those, and I know with CARES Act, NECA and NTUA, that was one of the big things that they were able to do last year is go in and build those bathroom additions and provide those homes with everything they needed. So so others do have certain advantages than IHS. We're kind of caught sometimes not being able to serve a home because it does not have room for plumbing, a small hogan, for example, and that bathroom additions sometimes can be a place where we get stuck, where we can't provide the services to those homes. So if anything, bathroom additions, if the nation can perhaps fund or streamline that process, that would certainly help in our work. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. So if you would provide us some whatever general information that you could to our advisor, Ms. Begay, we'd appreciate it. Are there any other comments or questions, honorable members of RDC? None. Hakushila, I believe we're done with IHS. So we'll move forward. I'd like to give this virtual gavel to Honorable Vice Chair Walker for a few minutes. so I can take care of some things, and I'll come right back. Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Though committee members and then the presenters, I know the listening audience that we have this afternoon here on our leadership call. On the agenda, we have item E. So we have presenters as Dr. Yellerman and Salansa Jim Martin from the Community Development or ASC. Are you both on the call? Dr. Yellerman? Ms. Jim Martin?
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Walker. I'm on the call. Ms. Jim Martin is working from home today and tending to her family. But I do have other members on the call. And I also have Mr. Dalgai from CHID on the call, and Ms. Marlene Hosky who works with our chapters on Club C on the call as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Yellerman. So you have the floor for this item. It is item E, listed under the presentations on this agenda. Dr. Yellerman, so you can start your presentation. You have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, Yate, honorable members of RDC, I have several items to present, but I appreciate the conversation and the discussion and quite a bit of information that was shared today. We have been working with the Division of Natural Resources, the Lands Department, Mr. Halona. We've been meeting intermittently regarding home site leases for our ARPA housing plan. So I do want to touch on that for just a bit. And then we have been meeting with IHS as well. Last year during the CARES Act funds, we did rely heavily on the SDS listing, and that took quite a bit of coordination with NECA, NTUA, and Water Resources Department to coordinate the cistern and septic to be in use, and then the actual construction. Our goal was to make it, and it was the goal and the requirement of CARES Act that it had to be in use by a certain time. So that required quite a bit of coordination. Again, we're encountering that with ARPA. And so we don't want to be in a situation where we build the construction of the bathroom addition, but the homeowners are waiting for the bathroom to be in use. And that has been the case in prior years. So the bathroom additions take quite a bit of coordination. So I just want to touch on that we have been working closely with IHS, and appreciate Mr. McDonald and Rachel Brown being available to DCD, and all members on this call. Been working closely with Mr. Rex Kuntz, NTUA, and NECA on the coordination of our ARPA projects. I do see that many of the callers on the line are calling in from their phone line, but on the screen, I'm not sure if you can see this, but I have up on the screen our chapter data links for Club C. I also have Ms. Marlene Hosky on the line who can share a little bit about the purpose of Club C and some of the data that the Club C, the chapter land use planning committee members gather at the chapter level. And I've seen just firsthand too, as I entered some of the chapters throughout the Navajo Nation. Just most recently, there was a chapter that had all of the community members' name on a board that needed home site lease. So there's a variety of data out there, and you can go into a chapter and they'll have the chapter manager or the CSC. They'll have some of that information readily available. It may be considered raw data, but nonetheless, it's the firsthand knowledge at the chapter level that the chapter staff have that type of information. At the community or the chapter level, there's also information, whether it's raw data or in through the Club C, that they have who is heirs to some of the home site lease. So I have on the screen here, this is also available on our DCD website, but you can see here right on the screen here, the Club C that have from Arizona. They have, we do have the Club C information from Arizona and the Club C links. And then we have New Mexico here as well too. So we have all of the chapters here. We try to update this information and work closely with the chapters. Marlene Hosky, who works closely with the chapters on certifying their land use plans, is on the line. And in our discussions earlier, we do work with the chapters or the Club C to update this information and work with their community members on the home site lease. Some chapters do allocate funds through the home housing discretionary funds to assist community members for home site lease fees. However, there are some chapters that have requested through DCD for home site lease assistance. And I think we're getting more and more of those requests. And the conversation regarding home site lease and housing seems to be happening more. So I just want to share that we have data here on the land use and Club C. Let me switch over here really quick to our discussions with the lands department administratively. Prior to COVID, we were meeting quite often with the lands department. And there's a window where the chapters submit their projects, or they submit through CPMD their project requests, and then it should be going to lands department as well. But what I'm learning is that we do need to work on internal processes so that when the projects from the chapters come to CPMD and those projects require certain type of clearances, the actual first stop should be at the lands department. That way, when the project comes to CPMD, they already have those clearances. This was the case in some of our discussions with Citizen and N2A power line projects. Some of the clearances that were needed for Citizen Year 1 or Year 2 power line projects, really mainly there was a lot of holdup on Year 1 Citizen projects. And we had to go back, sit down with the lands department and revisit quite a few of those Year 1 clearances necessary. So we had to backtrack a little bit and get into a better groove of communicating. And that's probably not a very smart administrative word, but we really need communication with the lands department in even advancing our technology so that we're seeing firsthand or were reviewing these projects at the same time in real time. So that was our experience with year 1 Sihisin projects. We moved a lot faster with year 3 Sihisin power line projects. And I think year 3 even is getting done faster than year 1 and year 2. Anyway, so administratively, our discussions with Lands Department really require us to be a lot closer than how we have been operating. Some of the recommendations and some of the conclusions that we've agreed on or maybe are trying to work towards is that some of the technicians or land surveyors or archaeological surveyors, we can hire those individuals within DCD. We do have 1 or 2 of those positions already, but we would need consent from within the Lands Department or Division of Natural Resources to give us authority to go out and perform those duties with the chapters. So those are some discussions that we had been trying to work towards. The other is to work closely with BIA, and I know BIA is on the call, and we've been meeting with BIA as well and trying to, I guess, mitigate the conversation. Our conversations with Division of Natural Resources are ongoing, and even in preparation for ARPA, we've been meeting with the Lands Department on these discussions. When it comes to, I'm going to get off this screen here and go to a different screen, and sometimes it's challenging for me to switch screens here. Give me 1 second. When we started putting our ARPA housing plan together, we learned that our ARPA housing plan is as good as our home site lease or our land status plan. So in order for our ARPA housing proposal to work, we had to work closely with the Lands Department and BIA to address the home site lease requirement category or home site lease requirements. So if you can see on your screen here, this was shared to us by the Lands Department. And we had to look at category 1, and those are the homeowners that have a home site lease. There's category 2, these are individual homeowners that do not have a home site lease. And then there's category 3, where there are no home site lease and have not selected a location. What we're learning is that in home site lease number 2, these are existing homeowners or have residents, and that's what I meant. They become heirs. Like I think somebody mentioned earlier this morning about transferring their home site lease, or what we're seeing at the chapter level is in the event that there's a loss or a home site owner is deceased and they're trying to transfer that home site lease to their children or to a beneficiary. We're seeing some of those scenarios where the home site lease requirement category number 3 is completely new. So in order for us to move forward with our ARPA proposal housing plan, we have to get down, or we have to really get to how many home site leases can be issued in the next 3 years, and can that keep up with the demand of the housing plan that we, or the housing need that we see throughout Navajo Nation. The answer was no. Even if we proposed a ARPA housing plan of about 1,300 to 1,500 houses in the next 4 years, we possibly could not keep up with that many home site leases being issued. So we have to really work closely with the lands department that if we have a need out there or an identified number of houses needed, our ARPA housing plan cannot meet that need until we meet the home site lease requirements. I hope that makes sense. It's very complicated. And without any frustrations, I see a disconnect between the need and the process. And respectfully speaking, I know there's been discussion on the one-stop shop, which I personally believe addresses the management, but not the systemic issue we're seeing. It still does not get to some of the requirements and the legalities of it, which I hope to be a part of that conversation so I can educate myself and maybe be wrong on that. But anyway, so this is where we get hung up on our housing proposal, is the land status and the home site lease requirement. Here's the land status of our housing, ARPA housing proposal. And if you can see from your screen here, and this is the same ARPA housing proposal we shared with Nabi Iyetke a couple weeks ago. We've actually shared this twice with Nabi, but we've improved it on the second to look at more of the land status and the home site lease. But when you start to look at the land status and you start to look at the types of land status and the home site lease here, those are some of the challenges. I have to share that in moving forward with our ARPA housing proposal, we did not solicit for home site lease information in our application because we had not been guaranteed funding through ARPA. So we did not want to give the impression that if we were requesting for certain types of documents that we had been guaranteed funding. However, we do have funding for HIP. We do have funding for HIP through BIA HIP. And if you look at, and this is sensitive information, but we did omit names, but if you do look at our HIP listing, home site lease was a requirement, and we do have number of applicants in our home site lease or our HIP applicant list awaiting for housing who do have home site leases. However, when you look at the Navajo Hopi Land Commission housing needs and their request for identification of home site leases, there is home site leases available in their community, but if they need it, there's information here on the screen that I'm sharing that they do not, or they may not have a home site lease, but there is a home site lease available in their area. So we have two different sets of data on who has a home site lease and who doesn't. So when you look at the HIP listing, we do have data on families who have a home site lease. But when you look at the Navajo Hopi Land Commission data on housing need, they may need home site leases or additional information to support housing there. This brings me back to a third set of data that I'm going to try to share here. Okay. So we have multiple forms of data. This, if you're looking on your screen here, is our newest set of data. And as you all know or may know that on June 9th, we had a closing date of the Navajo Nation ARPA solicitation for priority projects. Since then, we have collected just roughly 500 and 58 projects from the Navajo Nation, 110 chapters. Based on the data or the submissions we received from the 110 chapters, we did request for legal surveys and clearances on these projects. If you can see my screen here, you can see that of the 559 projects, 46 needed clearances and supporting documents for clearances. The remaining were identified as construction ready. Those are projects. But when we look at home site leases, home site or the homes identified from the 110 chapters, housing was identified as the number 4 or 5 project priority based on funding within our ARPA solicitation. But when you look at this information here in front of you, less than 1%, or perhaps that's 2 chapters there, had provided documents on home site lease. So our data for home site lease requirements through the ARPA portal submission shows or identifies very little home site leases to these houses that are needing assistance. Which brings me to my 4th set of data. When CHID starts to solicit for home site leases in the ARPA proposal, we will request for home site lease information. So Vice Chair Walker, I did share 3 pieces of data. One was we have information from land use or club manuals at the chapter level. We also have our ARPA housing proposal where we identify the needs or the coordination necessary for home site lease. But through our ARPA portal link from the 110 chapters and based on the 559 projects submitted here, I do share a little bit of data on some of the clearances that were provided by the chapters. And home site lease was a low number. So when we do know or when we do proceed with the ARPA housing plan, we want to be careful that when we solicit for information that we're not, we're doing so in a manner that coincides with the type of funding that we will be receiving. And we hope to be doing that here shortly. So that's some of the data we do have. And I'll go back to my screen here and come back to the conversation. I think the other thing that we want to share is I think through the chapters, we see a lot of frustration and the demographics of what our people encounter are seen at the chapter level. And there's almost 2 sets of home site lease potential. There are those who've been grandfathered or who've have a homestead and been raised on their family homeland and have that home site and then are trying to pass that on to their children. The other is young people trying to move home to the Navajo Nation. it's almost becoming impossible for young people to come home because of the complexities they're encountering. On one hand, we see it, and on the other hand, when we have these types of meetings, it doesn't quite connect with the administrative processes that we have, yet we still have frustration at the community level. It's very difficult to pinpoint where the challenges are, because they seem to be very complex, or we're not quite owning up to some of those complexities within our division, because I've heard from numerous departments today, but yet we still haven't really quite identified. And I also hear the frustration from our oversight that we need to identify what policies need to change. I do know that from the chapters, when we're trying to bring our community members home, or when we're trying to bring a young family home, they're probably going to miss out on coming home if we are not able to resolve this. And so I'll in there, we are available for questions. I do have staff on the line as well, from CHID and from CPMD, and perhaps ASC is on the line as well. Thank you, Vice Chair Walker.
Thank you, Dr. Yellowman. So this is Vice Chair. I'm going to give the gavel back to Chairman Nez. For now, the gavel back to you, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker and Dr. Yellowman. Certainly appreciate your presentation today. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any questions or comments for Dr. Yellowman? Naidos Kadishnanda. Then yet, what on now, son, Dr. Yellowman.
Chairman Kellen.
Honorable Begay, go ahead.
Chairman, put me in the queue box, Freeland.
Okay, go ahead, Honorable Begay.
Chairman, Division Community Development based on the what I'm afraid of, home site lease requirements. What other way is Division of Community Development and the ASC are coordinating the information, the progress, the process with the local chapters? Home site lease because Ali had the dog lease, she had that still hit the net to up on that land. A coco hit all the Division Community Development continue to provide support and the technical assistance to the chapter and making sure that all those that are listed on the water line and power line and what other, or even just a person wants to get help getting a home site lease, the process of it, the money, because I know there's an individual that was told that they got to pay they can't get anything done unless the home site lease application has gone through the whole process the approval ya the enta but need to need no you should not seen that's where the public information comes into play. Like ICE Ecuador, they accept online application or scan this the application you have unique. Is there any other way that the visual community development can help or keep a log for cross-reference purpose? I'm not asking for name, but just data to make sure that the chapter continues to follow the process and making sure that these individuals are given opportunity to submit their application process and even a notification to their progress of the application. The second question, the key is the bathroom addition. Ecuador, the chapter Niligi Beso Sats. But so when bathroom additions key that those need. As I indicated earlier, has actually based on bathroom addition and yet based on the Chapalian. That Nani dot Lissiki Bahanana Tendole. I call PEP funding that side out of chapter projects Niligi Atalia that's a Bohanet Johnson. Elahit Aquagi chapters Niligi Bibikati Jigla. These are some areas I think that we need to hear this directly from the chapter in the division community development on these particular area. Out of those certified chapters, the services at Windrut level. These certified chapters, and I know that they'll probably need additional fundings for their bathroom addition projects as well. So OEH and IS will be the person to work directly with of how many bathroom addition is needed for the allocated fundings of these projects, waterline projects. Ako edikila hajo bajo zenodo hajo bach edit ayat esto lesson sen. DP has only ubayetkin, especially at the federal level. Ishedo adijenedo nana. I don't know what the shit that's in that don't need but asking them for some waiver procedure process. Maybe that's where the BIA comes into play. Just to cut earlier, Mr. Halona Yahatzina, there's nothing that we can do about it, but I guess they just need to have them get the home site lease. Chapters programs, what connections or cross-reference documents do you guys have that I can also be able to view? Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Gay. Dr. Yellowman.
Thank you, Chairness Otto. Delegate Kiambige. If Mr. Dave McDonald's still on the line, or Rachel Brown, I do believe that in our last conversation last week, we did make some agreements to share information on forms and some data on our website. So we are working towards collaborating more with IHS so that chapters and staff can access information on our website. So we're continuing those conversations, and we appreciate working with IHS. As IHS mentioned earlier, that the SDS listing is such a valuable tool, but it's data on the home, or it's data on the need. But when it comes to coordinating and the funding, that comes from elsewhere. So when you have citizen funds that identify bathroom additions, that might be for the coordination and the construction. We rely on the SDS listings to help us identify the location of those homes. That SDS listing should and can be and has served as kind of our hub for us to gather with NTUA, NECA, Water Resource Management, DCD, to identify the locations of those homes. That's the most coordination. That's how much coordination is required just for a bathroom addition. I hope I'm okay in saying this, but I feel that would be one of our top priority moving forward in our first project for ARPA. So if I can share, and I know Kian Begay asked several questions, but in the 559 projects that were submitted on behalf of the 110 chapters for ARPA, the number one, based on funding requests, the number one request was bathroom addition. And last year during the CARES Act funds, we encountered an increase in cost for bathroom additions. And it varied between what we originally proposed or estimated, cost estimate for bathroom addition was roughly around $25,000. But last year at the end of CARES, under working with NECA, we saw bathroom quotes reach as high as $70,000. One is because of our procurement system. We could not bond smaller companies. We had to work through NECA for construction management and to help us produce the construction schedule. But it was through the construction management of NECA that we had to solicit and bring in subcontractors. Some of the larger Navajo-owned companies, Navajo-owned Priority 1 companies who did meet our procurement requirements had an elevated cost. One, they were coming onto a nation that had the highest COVID numbers. Two, that led to a lot of risks and liabilities. But three, there was a cost increase in supplies and materials. And then those larger Navajo-owned companies who could meet the bonding requirements did increase their costs. So there's still a procurement issue that we have to address when we look at some of our construction costs or our construction procurement. So number one, out of the 559 projects that were submitted to DCD last week, bathroom is by cost is the bathroom addition. Over 65 chapters submitted a request for bathroom addition, but there were still chapters that received bathroom additions through the CARES Act funds last year too. So keep in mind, in the from last year and the next year and a half, we could possibly be servicing about 80% of our chapters for bathroom addition. The second highest per cost were water line or requests for water from our chapters, not only in costs, but number of chapters. Over 90 chapters and over 300 million in requests for water. The third were warehouses, but the fourth were power line. So this is where we work closely with NTUA. We're advocating with NTUA to have their project listing reflect the requests from the chapters. I do respect my relationship with NTUA, but I do know that they're submitting their request for capacity and individual requests through Light Up Navajo 2 or 3. But we still represent the chapters, and the chapters do rely heavily on NTUA for power and construction. So we need to work closely with NTUA on reflecting the chapter's needs on their ARPA listing. That being said, there are other companies outside of NTUA in the New Mexico area that we're trying to work with as well, and to understand their capacity to work with the Navajo Nation and their capacity to respond to the requests for the New Mexico chapters who are needing assistance and power. Delegate Kiambige, I hope I answered all your questions. I was trying to think of all the questions you asked. Coordination with IHS, the bathroom additions, I know you mentioned the costs earlier. And your first question. ASC, SPPS, they do work closely in providing technical assistance with the chapter staff to community members on home site lease. We also have 4 HIP offices throughout the Navajo Nation that provide technical assistance as well on the application. But again, we do not provide the funding for the home site, some of the requirements or the cost for those surveys. But like I said, we are getting or we have been receiving a request for costs to assist in those surveys. Earlier on this morning, it was perhaps requested on what would be the total cost for surveys to be completed. That brings us to another question, is what is our capacity to respond to those surveys, or to contract, or to see what our internal capacity is to respond to that type of a request. And that I think we can certainly work towards getting that information, but I would have to do so with the lands department. But again, a lot of the Club C have some of that information already. If we do a hard request, it would really have to be careful in that request, because we may get an influx of requests from families or individuals who have not moved home to the reservation or who are trying to move home. I know there have been several questions about certain types of waivers, and that too may increase the number of requests for homes needing to be built if a waiver goes through. So there's a lot of complexities to think about. So Delegate Kiambige, I hope I answered all your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yellowman. Honorable Begay, do you have a follow-up question?
Chairman, no, I hope maybe some additional information could be discussed during our upcoming work session with the Division of Community Development. I appreciate the response, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Honorable members of RDC, any comments or questions for Dr. Yellowman?
Chairman.
Honorable Freeland, go ahead, sir.
Okay, good afternoon, Chairman Otto Shantai. Colleagues, staff, Dr. Yellowman, good afternoon. Division Community Development staff. I appreciate this dialogue and presentation this afternoon. I think this is so vital. And, you know, I think of what happened with CARES and what can we take away from the CARES situation. I know with DCD, it brought out a lot of needs, and underlying that there's a real need for staff and a real need for support. You know, DCD, I always used to think, and I still think this, that DCD and NDOT are probably two of the most important divisions that we have in our government. And number one, DCD deals directly with our chapters. But how can we support them with project management or project managers? And how can we, utilize expertise, especially those with CPMD or with an ASC right now? Right now, it's all preparation. We're going through a preparation phase right now. And these discussions that we're having, is leading up to the eventual direction that we want to take, or the eventual path that we want to take. And it all leads through completion of rights of ways or completion of home site leases or wavering. But the end result is our people having that ability to turn on a light at night or turn on a faucet, or to not have to go out in the wintertime to an outhouse, or to be able to take a bath or their own shower within their own home. That's the end result, and the beneficiaries are the people. And how can we, I don't know if this is just a general question for not that, well, Dr. Yellowman and everyone, but how can we create a communication mechanism where we all can talk to each other cohesively? How can we get to that level, and how can we create such a communication? I don't want to call it a way to properly communicate, whether DCD could be the hub, the central hub, and you can talk to NTA, or you can talk to IHS, you can talk to land department. You did mention that, but how can we talk to one another, or have our stakeholders talk to one another and communicate effectively? I'm sure that's happening right now, but everything is going virtual, everything is going online. But how can we create such a system that can talk to other systems and create opportunities for our people? I'm just thinking of that out loud, Chairman. I know that's a lot to ask, and but at some point, and I even think of it as OOC. How can we ever get to that level of submission of electronic forms rather than paper forms? How can we ever come to that level as well with this case? DCD working with the potential one-stop shop, or how can we get 164's process, done in 2 days, 7 days? 7 days is supposed to be the max for reviewers, but that doesn't happen. How can we put this all online and make it electronic? Would we be ever able to get to that level? And I bring this up, colleagues, because if we were ever at that level, imagine how much we could get done, or imagine how much, we probably wouldn't even have to have these conversations. Just processing everything has to, I think of carbon copies, I think of copies, I think of files, paper files. But I know there was talk about how can we build a better network? And with the threat of cybersecurity these days and hackers, we need to build something strong, and that's going to take investment. Of course, it's going to take money, but how could we ever get to that platform on the Navajo Nation? And just some to think about, colleagues, and into the future. And I'm just listening to this presentation, but more about thinking about past discussions. How can we ever get to that level of electronic submissions, or creating a network that talks to one another, or creating networks, that do talk to one another? So Chairman, just my input, my 2 cents, and I appreciate this talk, this discussion. I appreciate all the staff. It's a lot of preparation and a lot of discussion we need to have. A lot of communication, and we have to, of course, we have to be diplomatic about it, and we have to ensure that we get all of our Navajo people included. There's so much need out there still. There's so much need and challenges that need to be overcome, and we have such a huge opportunity right now, a huge opportunity to help our people and really make a difference and change lives forever. And I think of it that way, in a positive way, and I think we just need to remind ourselves, will this opportunity ever come before us again? And I for one, I don't want to see ourselves in the same situation, trying to figure out a way to get infrastructure to our people 10, 15, 20 years down the road, when we have an opportunity now. So, Eddie, Chairman, I just wanted to put that out there, and thank you, Dr. Yellowman, and thank you to your team, the staff as well. You mentioned Ms. Jim Martin, and as well as Mr. Delguy, and everyone that's a part of DCD. I know you guys are short. We know you guys are short-handed, but we will work together and figure out something to move forward, because the beneficiaries are the people, and I really hope we can accommodate, or we can get a lot done by working together. So, Eddie, Chairman, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Dr. Yellowman.
Thank you, Chair Nez. I did leave out one response to Delegate Keon Begay on PEP. We did make an addition to our ARPA housing proposal to include amendments to the PEP program. The PEP program is a temporary program, or designed to be a temporary employment holding space. But we do see the need and have heard the needs from the chapters, that in order for the chapters to move forward on any type of housing assessment, or any type of assessments regarding preparation for ARPA, they would rely on their PEP workers. Also, we want to include in those amendments some language for training, possibly for safety training for heavy equipment, or for the heavy equipment items that have arrived to the chapters. So working with Mr. Rod Begay, we have started drafting some of those amendments for the PEP program. It does bring up other issues, because with a temporary PEP style of employment, there's no insurance, or there's no benefits, so to speak, to that program. So we have to work with Division of Human Resources to kind of address how to enhance the PEP program for the duration of ARPA. That's one of my one of the things that we're working on. So that was one thing that Keon Begay mentioned. The other is Delegate Freeland heard more comments, but I think the intent of the one-stop shop is to be a hybrid of a communication ground, and we do support that. DCD, we do support the one-stop shop. However, I feel, as I mentioned before, that's more of an administrative hybrid approach to coordinating outside of silos, but it still may not quite fully address the systemic needs of the home site lease. I didn't believe the home site lease process until I moved home. And I lived away for about 25 years. And I know I have heard that it can be a fast process, but that's not the perception the Navajo people have. We still have a systemic challenge. I want to say failure, but more of a challenge that our Navajo people encounter when they're going through the home site lease process. And that's not to any one individual. It's more of the system. And the one-stop shop addresses possibly how to bring certain key members to a hub, but it still doesn't address some of the reasons why we have the legal need for the process or the home site lease process in itself. I've heard the lands department talk about the consent. There's a portion where the home site lease requires a consent. That's a whole different scenario at the community level when there's a feuding family. So that's what I mean. It's disjointed. What's presented here may not really be happening out at the community level. There seems to be a disconnect. We can move forward with a one-stop shop. It may show improvements to how we're communicating administratively, but we still have to adjust some of the laws that need to be amended or reviewed. So those are some differences that I think need to be shared or further discussed. I think maybe there may be some frustration when I see the request on behalf of RDC. What I envision is give us something that we can then turn into law, and I'm not sure that we're providing that to RDC. The example, like I just mentioned with PEP, we have the amendment in front of us. We're making the changes, and once we hand that over to RDC, then that can be turned into law, or it can be amended through the help of the council. But I'm not sure what we're providing when it comes to home site, and maybe that's the goal we need to get to at the end of the day. Is this line and this line need to be amended, and these are the recommendations from the stakeholders on this call. I'm not sure that we're accomplishing that right now, and I hope we can get to that soon. So Delegate Freeland, I don't know that you had a question, but I think I answered I answered more than the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Youngman. Any comments or questions? None? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Youngman, for your presentation. We'll move on to BIA, Mr. Sosi. You have 15 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, honorable delegates on the committee. Thank you very much for the invitation. I believe you have our presentation that was emailed to everyone. Is that correct, Mr. Chair?
Yes, we do have the. Yes, we do. Thank you.
Go ahead, and if you can open up the slide 1 there. What I'm going to do this afternoon in this brief presentation is really look at 2 areas of work that has to happen related to rights-of-way in general. Then certainly towards the end, we can talk about recommendations or questions that the committee has. The first area that I want to cover is on that first slide, what I'm calling collaboration. And I heard a lot of different discussions, different points being presented today from different stakeholders. I really appreciate RDC bringing everybody together, because I think it creates a really good understanding of that. It's a very dynamic situation. For us from BIA, we normally ground these different issues and concerns based on land status. And the regulations are designed and built around how the land is interpreted, the land status. So keep that in mind as we go through the slides. The The first one I want to point out is the immediate action team. From the BIA side, we had anticipated, especially under the CARES Act, many different proposals or initiatives that might be coming to our region to process. And we also know that there are numerous stakeholders, different entities that would be working on these different proposals. So what we did was that to anticipate and prepare for addressing different issues, complicated situations, different land status, we developed a immediate action team. Our tribal liaison, Cheryl Curley, has been very, very instrumental in that. So we go ahead and facilitate that internally with our BIA team members. The purpose of that is really to timely address and process requests, address setbacks, implement resolution, and build on previous success. So we look to the different team members as they go through the different processing to provide expert advice. And it's made up of a multidisciplinary team. We have experts from realty, water resources, natural resources, forestry, and our leadership teams are composed of this immediate action team. We meet every 2 weeks, and we have a standing agenda. We have a short agenda and a long agenda. We've been using this, the short agenda recently because we have not really seen a lot of the proposal come through on the ARPA funding. Eastern Navajo Agency, of course, everybody's aware, has mixed land status, so it's a little bit more complicated on that side. But we do have subject matter experts from there. Mr. DeGroat has been with the Eastern Agency for a long time, and he's been awesome in helping us address a lot of these complicated issues related to land status. We also have our regional leadership commitment to collaborate with the Navajo Nation and to ensure there's timely progress. So that's in general kind of the framework we're using to address a lot of these different proposals that we looked at under CARES, and we'll certainly also use the same process for looking at under ARPA funding. So related to the regulatory oversight, in general, normally we look to 25 CFR 169, where it's real clear on the right-of-way requirements. Usually you have an application, a plat map, consent, and other requirements in there. And this is normally for allotted lands that we look at, as well as government-administered lands across the Navajo Nation and Eastern Navajo Agency. We also work with our NEPA office to ensure environmental compliance for that. It could be a CADX, an environmental assessment, or even an environmental impact statement. Now, working with the Navajo Nation for tribal trust land, we've worked with the Land Department, Mr. Halona, appreciate him and his team working hard with RDC and others to really fully realize how this is an opportunity for the nation to streamline rights-of-way process. So we went through that together with you, Mr. Chair, and others. And so now the Navajo Nation has a tribal access authorization for all those that are on tribal trust land, as well as the Navajo Nation really leading that initiative in terms of a proposal or an application. Usually it's also required that it be a Navajo Nation enterprise like NDOT or NTUA. On the next slide, number 4, we do have information in there on the home site lease, which is also again under the Navajo Nation, because the Navajo Nation did receive authorization to put the leasing in place. And the nation, the Land Department, went through extensive work in identifying all the procedures, and that was submitted to the Secretary for approval, and that was approved. And what's different there, I think, is that the environmental compliance, that would be all processed through the Navajo Nation Environmental Compliance Officer, or the Environmental Compliance Office that they set up for home site leasing. The only time that BIA gets involved is really when, at the end, when it's being recorded, we then ask the nation to submit that to us so that we can record it for our TAMS record, system of record that we have. So some of the things that we've been listening to today is really about some of the challenges out there. And I think that one general way to look at it is that we have the federal regulations, we have the Navajo Nation codes and laws, but then how do you implement those administrative procedures and processes so it does comply with the laws, regulations, and for us, handbooks that we use related to rights of way, as well as home site lease or residential leasing. So some examples that we can look at is the service line agreement. Again, BIA is not does not approve service line agreement. We do ask the nation to submit that information so we can record after it's been approved in an internal tribal process that happens. Another example where we can streamline the process is that BIA can waive bonding requirement as part of the regulatory oversight. We normally would just request that waiver be in the resolution that's presented to us as part of the package. Another part is that there's a requirement that says due diligence, which really just talks about construction of the actual infrastructure that's happening, and we can accept that. Again, we can waive that because many times the construction schedule vary because of funding need or different project management that has to happen. The last one is just in general some recommendations we're making. We certainly can facilitate a meeting with Navajo Nation representatives and officials, and we can certainly provide an overall view of the rights of way requirements and how we are working together on that. Maybe look at a 6-month schedule, long term, and then focus on the successful coordination we have now, best practices, and having a close communication. I wanted to mention that we have been working very well with Dr. Yellowman. I really appreciate her engagement with us. We've had several initiatives that we coordinated on, and we'll continue to work with her and her team on making sure that we continue to move forward on a lot of these initiatives. Last week, we had a meeting with Navajo Nation President Naz, and we had some updates with him. One of the items that we mentioned to the president was establishing an executive engagement team similar to our immediate action team, and he was very amenable to that. So I believe he's going to establish that team, that we can engage that team from our side, the immediate action team, what we're calling the executive engagement team. So that's a brief presentation. Mr. Chair, we're open for questions at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sosi. Honorable members of RDC, any comments or questions for BIA? Mados Kirishnanta.
Chairman Keelan.
Honorable Begay, go ahead.
Chairman, BIA, Mr. Sosi, I'm sure you guys have been working directly with the program and the establishment of the streamlining the process. The other area maybe you can provide additional information is the farming area, the land use permits. I know within one of my chapter, they're trying to get these services, but just because that nobody. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hello. Okay. I'm not sure how much you heard, but land use plan ki ilakit up and the streamlining the process. They're not officially these former farmlands are not officially being withdrawn, and it's not the local farm board has to deal with that. some of these chapters and the local farm board. And then the other area is I know BIA received some funding from the opera funding. Any funding allocation for other areas such as bathroom addition, or could I request for a budget from BIA for funding based on based on as you know, to get the home site lease in progress or to be completed, you know that our Navajo people have to cough up so much funding for different areas. The application fee, the art clears, the some other area that involved in getting the get the home site lease done. For the Navajo Nation to establish some type of a contract with individuals or groups of people that have credentialed in this particular area to help get this home site process completed. The other area, Washington, because only Sahondo this need to a quadat, a question of the Sato, Yard and Dimiki, I mean, because only Sahotan that was Nishiki to Elan in Helet Nishila, what specific do you guys have in working on behalf of the Navajo Nation in streamlining some of these process for power line, water line, broadband, and even the right-of-way for the roads. So there's a lot of areas I think that BIA needs to provide to the Navajo Nation. I don't know the change of leadership as a temporary position will make it harder for us to really get things done. Memos the BIA so yego to our constitution I that I now that store we'll get back with you store I don't know what the norm is with the other delegates or with the Navajo Nation. I wish that you could be able to be meeting with my chapters or myself, as the way you're saying that you're meeting with the president's office. I'm sure that the president holds more weight than the delegate to some extent, but I believe that as a trust responsibility, the BIA really needs to work closely with our local chapter officials, so even myself as a delegate, not just in the area of home site lease. Don't have the door drought door temperature that mean you go door I guess that's another time that we need to talk about of how we're addressing the shortage of water across the Navajo Nation. Streamlining process Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Mr. Sosi, your response, sir?
Mr. Chair, Delegate Begay, thank you very much. You had a lot of comments there, so I'm trying to jot down all the notes of what you were asking guidance for. The first one I think you mentioned was about the land use how we work with maybe like the farm board or other local entities from the BIA side. Just to give you a reference, for Eastern Navajo Agency, we do work very closely with the Crown Point, Club C, and others. And they've been asking us, for example, on getting some requests for maybe some of the government-administered land and how that can be transferred back to tribal trust. So we're working closely with them. I know that we also reached out to several delegates' district areas like Tuba City and even Chinle, where we provided data and land status information. Those are all ongoing coordination that we're working with the different delegates, but certainly for Tuba City and even in your district, Delegate Begay, we can host or facilitate a meeting with your chapter official if that's what you're wanting. We also have engaged with agency councils. For example, Eastern Navajo Agency Council. We usually make presentation to them and we open up to questions, and many of them have different questions. And so we're able to provide guidance to them. Recently, for example, there was a lot of question on road maintenance and how NDOT coordinates with BIA. So we had to give a good briefing on the coordination that happens with Navajo Nation NDOT. So those are ongoing activities, but we are open. If you want to send us a request, and we can certainly host a call with your different chapters, and we can start looking at answering some of those questions that they might have. The other question I think you asked about is ARPA funding. Is there any possibility for bathroom addition? And what are those funds that have been provided? I'm pulling up a spreadsheet here that we have internally, and there is possible funding, I think, in the HIP funding or social services contracts from the ARPA funding that's coming through. And for example, I think HIP, Housing Improvement Program funding, there's a contract that we have in place. And the ARPA funding that's been, I believe that's been funneled through is $9.9 million. Aid to government is about $8 million. And so there's some possibilities that the Navajo Nation can look at those contracts to maybe identify some funding for bathroom additions or other areas that they really need addressed soon. So I just wanted to give a response on that piece. Again, it's an ongoing conversation, discussion we're having with the Navajo Nation. Certainly our 638 awarding officials and others can provide all the details that we need so that we can properly process those types of requests. Number 3, I believe this is related to the Navajo Nation white paper that's been identified and provided to the federal government. We had some recent conversations and discussions here. We've also reached out to Santee Lewis, and her and I, we had a conversation on the status of that white paper for recommending some of the streamlining or changes that could happen in terms of the regulations. And she is updating the white paper with President Naz's executive team, and certainly I'm sure they're open to involving the legislative side. And once they complete the update, they will be presenting it to Secretary Holland. So I think there's opportunities there to discuss or modify some of those items within the white paper that's been presented to the previous administration. As you can probably understand and imagine, there was a change in administration. Not all documents sometimes go across from an old administration to a new administration. But that Santee and I did talk, and we're available if they have any specific technical questions that they might have. The last area of questions that you had relates around home site leasing and drought impacts that are that need to be addressed. In terms of home site leases, it's really on the Navajo Nation side, because that authority was given to the Navajo Nation, and so they can address the process, the application, how they want to do that part. We know also that for the home site leasing, the nation had established an environmental compliance office, and that office is charged with addressing all biological, all archaeological, and cultural requirements that need to happen as part of that process. I know that there was some discussions on earlier about who grazing permittee and how are they involved in that process. Under the federal regulations, there's no requirement for land user consent, only landowner consent. So the Navajo Nation, what they established their own process where they do include the grazing permittee, but that's not a requirement from the federal regulations. The other part about drought, yes, there's lots of discussions going on that. I believe our Deputy Director, Bart Stevens, had a meeting, a call with RDC, and he did express that BIA could assist, but I think the formulation of a plan for a drought mitigation plan related to water delivery is still being developed on the Navajo Nation side, and I believe at the right time they'll involve us, and we can look at some resources that we have and how we can perhaps have our transportation staff help with delivery of some of the water for ranchers or even farmers. So that's really at the beginning of the conversation that we heard last week. So I hope I answered most of the questions, Delegate Begay. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Sosi. Ms. Begay, our advisor, are we able to continue our meeting beyond 4 o'clock?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thus far, we're past the 4 o'clock that I allocated for the conclusion of the meeting. We're past it, and I think we're okay, unless Melinda can advise us on that.
Ms. Siako, are you on the line?
Yes, hello, I'm here.
Are we okay on the allocation of time for our RDC meeting?
Yes, we are, it looks like we're okay.
Okay, thank you. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions for BIA?
Chairman Keelan.
Honorable Begay, go ahead.
Possibly BIA share the budget document with us, RDC members. Although I'd like to go further in asking for the bathroom addition funding process on behalf of the chapters who are in dire need to get fundings for to complete the bathroom addition. Although further, the some funding being available to pay for some of the art clearance process. There's a statement recently that Mr. Sosi yesterday. This was a memo that I sent back in May 2nd. May 2nd, farm board but at that time it was Mr. Holiday. Except for staff to say that we're in receipt of a document working directly with the chapter and the farm board would be very beneficial rather than me being the communicator or the coordinator of the chapter and the BIA. I'm asking the Division of Natural Resource to work with the local farm board along with our Navajo Nation Department of Ag and the Department of Ag, and then also Department of Division of Water Management So, Mr. Sosi.
Mr. Sosi?
Mr. Chair and Honorable Delegate Begay, thank you for your follow-up questions. As I mentioned earlier, the ARPA funding has basically been identified on which one will be going to the Navajo Nation. The way it's going to be done, I believe, is through the 638 contracts. That was the most efficient and timely way to process those funding. So we would have to work with Navajo Nation OMB and to make sure that it's within their scope of work on and it's up to, I think, the nation to negotiate if bathroom additions are part of that. So that's an outstanding item that has to be done. The other item that you're mentioning, I believe, I have to say I have not seen that note. Maybe the letter that was sent from you, Mr. Delegate Begay. I will follow up on that piece with our team members. You might have worked with the former ARD, but let me work on that for you, and we'll process that and respond to you on that piece. In terms of the budget, I think you were relating that to maybe the bathroom addition, how much funding might be needed for that. So that's all part of the conversation that would have to happen with Navajo Nation OMB and the scope of work. Thank you.
Chairman Keller.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sosi. Go ahead, Honorable Begay.
Chairman, now, I did pose a question that the time this funding was going to be going through as a 638 contract that's more feasible. Now, my question at that time was that is it going to be embedded in the current 638 contracts that are in place? So I've heard the word modification and an agreement. It will all depend on where this funding, the 638 contract, is going to go, and how the office is going to start operating. This 638 funding will be cumbersome. If it's going to go directly to a HIP, that there's an indication that there's HIP funding, because I know, for example, this may be different. There's a power line project funding through HIP, CDBG, Simpson, base abundant, is taking 2 years and counting that this particular agreement has to be in place. So a 638 contract has to go through a certain protocol for agreement and the grant process. So what recommendation would you have immediately so that the Navajo Nation would be ready not to have a cumbersome process, but rather a quick turnaround to get these bathroom additions to be built across the Navajo Nation? Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Mr. Sosi?
Good afternoon again. I believe our 630 office has been working on modifying all those contracts, and they've done most of the modification now. For social services, that process is happening by coordinating with Navajo Nation OMB at this time. Cheryl, I don't know if you want to add any information here. I know you're one of the 638 experts here.
Ms. Curley?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Yate. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Yes, good afternoon again, RDC Chair, RDC members. I am aware that the modifications have been issued, as Acting RD Sosi mentioned, in coordination with Navajo Nation OMB. These contracts are the venue as far as issuing dollars to the nation. And as far as expediting the process and so forth under ARPA, it does take time when the dollars are received by the regional office. The nation normally submits a scope of work and a budget, and the review process then begins. And that coordination usually takes a while. But as far as I know, most of the funding has been, they arrived here to the regional office, and modifications have been issued. Social Services is still going through the process with Mr. Cordell Shorty's office. And to further address the bathroom addition, as mentioned by Kealan Begay, we would really need to look at the scope of work, and then if any amendment can be made within that. And again, that would require the awarding official, Mr. Cordell Shorty, the awarding official, technical representative, to take a look at that and to see if there's room for that to be added to the scope of work with the amendments. So I hope that answers the question, Chairman Nez, Mr. Sosi. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Curley, for your response. Honorable Begay, do you have a follow-up question?
Chairman, I guess we just need to be prepared how this funding will come to the Navajo Nation without any lengthy process. As it shows that it seems that the job the data unahalan or shashaniki kudon histinat. Or maybe if we could send a statement to OMB or the controller or Mr. Cordell Shorty, what's the best solution in getting this particular funding? Maybe just a simple flow through the Navajo Nation government, but directly to the chapters that will be more efficient and effective. Program security contract, it's just going to blanket all the process. The security contracts, any funding that's been taken out of this contract has to follow these processes. If you didn't know about not at all, maybe by Monday, when we're having a meeting with the Division Community Development, maybe on behalf, maybe we'll have this community development request a response from the Security Contract Office. What's the best way for us to, for the nation to apply and get the funding for bathroom addition? I think we should really pursue getting some funding for that. So, Mr. Chair, that would be my request or direction to you. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any other questions? We did have a whole lot to discuss today. You said should be based on it. Only it nitiki has on it. Has on it. Sahondo was many other BIA, but Sato and the whole Congo Honza on the whole G portion and Nidos kid. We go back to Mr. Sosi.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. We certainly, again, are available to answer any questions. I think, again, reiterating the fact that we're kind of in the administrative implementation phase on a lot of these funding. So it's really going to take a lot of good coordination between the Navajo Nation and us on key areas of work that we have to do. We also wanted to thank the Speaker's Office for hosting us. I believe that they're hosting the call here. Thanks to them, we're able to communicate. But certainly, again, like I said, on our side, the immediate action team, we have that, and we meet every 2 weeks. So any issues that come up, like for setbacks or challenges, we try very hard to address them and alleviate those challenges as we process a lot of the applications. With that, I turn it back to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sosi. Nanta. That's nice. Let's just do a recap here. At the beginning of our meeting, we did recommend that there will be recommendations as to how these monies will be utilized, and also a recommendation for a legislation for amendments to laws that are in place already. And there is one, I believe, as far as the RDC MY-85-53-18. And I appreciate all the departments and divisions that are on the call today, providing the information necessary to the Oversight Committee here today. And this really helps us to see the broad picture of what we need to do as oversight and as lawmakers. The basic of all this, Shnanta, is to help our Navajo people with water and electricity. How do we streamline? How do we make it easier so our people that are who are in dire need of water and electricity do get water and electricity from this 1.8 billion? Recommendations were made, Shnanta, but today we have 2 more presentations that we're not able to complete. We're going to have to reschedule the one-stop shop, which is very necessary that we implement that as well. Also, the other one is to waive the grazing permittee consent requirements for public utilities. These 2 are very important. It really requires more time. We have to make a decision on the one-stop shop as to which option. I believe at the last time we decided on option 1. So we're going to have to request legislation for that one-stop shop option 1. That's 2 legislations that will move forward. From this, these are our recommendations, and we'll have to reschedule the one-stop shop with the Land Department and General Land Development Department at another date, hopefully as soon as we can, and perhaps in the afternoon of one of the meetings that we will have, and just complete these and come to a decision as oversight. Okay, we will have a next meeting, a follow-up meeting, and everybody that's on this call, including BIA, we would like for all of you to submit your recommendations as to how to streamline these funding from your divisions. So, did I hear anybody speak up? None? Any other comments, questions? So please submit your recommendations to RDC Advisor, Ms. Shami Begay, and we'll have our second follow-up meeting and really move forward on these projects. Also included in there will be the rights of way. So if there's no other comments, we can go ahead and adjourn at this time. It is now 4:23, and we are officially adjourned. Thank you. Be safe out there. And Ms. Begay, if you will put that scheduling back on the agenda on Wednesday for the one-stop shop as well as the grazing permittees consent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, we'll do that. Thank you, Chair. Be safe out there.
Thank you.